the new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6.
Maximum checkout.
He's done it.
Good double 18. Well, this is supersonic. Superb. Absolutely outstanding.
Oh, what a shot from Thornton.
Open target, double hit. Don't want to come inside here. He's going to find the bet. It's the first of 2 double session days here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group C gets us underway on this Thursday from Portsmouth, live of course here on Pluto TV. Hello, good afternoon, welcome along to the action. We've got former weekly winner Richard Rolands in action. We've also got a 4-time semi-finalist Scott Baker in play. Robert Thornton's going to win his first weekly title here, but he has to get out of Group C if he's going to do exactly that. We're going to be watching the darts for the remainder of the week in the company of Laura Turner. And when you look at this group, you've got players with pedigree, players with experience, but also a group where everyone will probably look at this and think this is an opportunity.
It is an opportunity, but as you mentioned, there's only 2 that go through on Group C, so it is really tough. It's notoriously difficult to get out of Group C. And like you say, you've kind of got this split field where we've got debutantes and then those experienced players you've already mentioned. So it'll be interesting to see how the afternoon progresses.
Well, it's Boris Kirchmar that won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. And look, he was a player that when he dropped off tour, we expected things from here at the Live Lounge. When you look at his numbers, it was no surprise he went on to win the group.
No, and he was the most consistent player. It wasn't all plain sailing for Boris, but ultimately did more than enough in the end to top the group. And yeah, it's great to have someone of his calibre here. We say every week, don't we? But it's another top player coming back here to the Live Lounge.
Just a casual average of 113 and a half against poor Daniel Larson, average 104, and he didn't even get a look at it at all. So Boris Kirchmar won Group A. He's the first player to book his ticket into Saturday night. Tom Sykes and Daniel Larson, they secured the 2 Group B spots. Group C is what we're going to be watching this afternoon. And this is how the tournament bracket breaks down for the remainder of the week. Group B, well, it looks like a bit of a Champions Week group, doesn't it? Fallon Sherritt, Paul Hogan, Tom Sykes, Daniel Larson, Matthew Edgar. Well, he won the raffle to be in that particular group. Whereas Group C is what we're going to be watching this afternoon. And Scott Baker, perhaps the headline name in it, somebody that we've seen have a lot of success before, 4 times a semi-finalist in a week here. And he may not be playing so much in terms of the circuit in 2025, but we always come to expect St. Good when he comes here.
Yeah, and he knows how to make it through to those finals nights as well. So he'll be hoping he'll be back here on Saturday. And I think that is the next step for him here at the Live Lounge, is just picking up one of those titles. We know he's got the calibre, but it is just, step 1, getting out of Group C. Well,
let's have a look at the odds. And perhaps no surprise that Scott Baker is at the top of the betting, but never write off Richard Rolands.
Yeah, I agree, and I will put my hands up. I think you and I were both quite guilty of doing that previously. Came here, found himself in the final against Andreas Harrison, knocked out Andreas, picked up the weekly title. So yeah, definitely a player to keep your eye on, as is Robert Thornton, who will desperately be looking to pick up a title here. We know he's won a double start, but hasn't won just a regulation week as yet.
It is 18+, gambleware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, to our first game. It's a meeting between George Munos and Scott Baker. And early on this morning, I caught up with them all. Scott, another till at the Super Series this week. How much looking forward to the next couple of days?
Well, always looking forward to it. Great to be down here. Try and get to that final.
4 times now, semi-finalist in this building. Is it beginning to become a bit of a bugbear for yourself?
Yeah, it's really bugging me, but it's only down to myself. Got to push that extra yard, hopefully this weekend.
And in terms of, let's say, take away the semi-final side, your record in terms of qualifying through the Saturdays, your overall record, it's very positive, isn't it, your experience here?
Yeah, I'm comfortable down here. I do enjoy it, and I play some good darts. Sometimes I don't, but I seem to get through, and I just want to get that little bit extra.
Always have to ask, don't always see so much of yourself on the circuit. How are the darts going at this present moment in time?
Yeah, still going all right. It's just by choice, really. Pick and choose what I want to do, and still throwing, still there.
This is kind of your basis. This is I suppose the tournament that you play for then, the Super Series.
Yeah, I do like this one. I do enjoy it. From my first one down when it was in Southampton, loved every minute of it. Still do today. So thanks for having me.
Always is a pleasure. But would a good week here potentially maybe like open up the possibility with January in mind, Q School in mind, maybe other options in mind? Would it potentially open up maybe the possibility of you giving that a go, or is that just not on the radar for you?
Yeah, definitely. I'd still give it a go anyway, regardless of this weekend. But it would be nice to actually come away with it from the weekend. But yeah, January, I'm going to go.
Right, we wish you all the best. That wish you all the best this week. Scott, good luck.
Thank you.
Always a firm fan favourite here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The forever pacey Scott Baker will be hoping that it's easy street for him this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on the Greek qualifier, George Munos, in the first game of this Group C session. Munos, who qualified for the Greek Quarter of Merit on the ADC. Scott Baker, the 39-year-old from Tipton, 4 times a weekly semi-finalist. He'll be looking to cross that hurdle and make it through to a first final this week. As for Munos, the 30-year-old from Athens, making his debut in this competition. He enters the Darting Coliseum here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he'll be hoping for an improved campaign compared to that in Group A. Paul Hinks, 4-time World Championship final referee, is going to be in charge of all the action. And first things first, he's just got to put the world to rights with Mr. Baker. Forever an adorning character here is Paul Hinks. He's going to be refereeing for the remainder of the week. We should mic him up, really, shouldn't we? It's all quiet now, but I can guarantee you it's not going to be quiet here come Saturday night, because I don't know how much you've heard about this, Laura, but there's going to be a party of 27 football players here on Saturday night at the Live Lounge. So the prize for the players that qualify could well be a fairly loud Saturday night.
Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. And it's such an experience here, isn't it? When you get to come on a Saturday night, when it's live, it's such an intimate venue. It's really different, but I'm sure they'll enjoy themselves.
I'm sure if a certain Matthew Edgar qualifies through to Saturday night, he will certainly make the most of having that kind of crowd in. He's in action in Group B, but it's Group C that is about to get underway here. Let's hope that the action is well worth the wait. Scott Baker kicking off 1-4. I think we kind of know what sort of nick he's going to be in.
Yeah, almost the perfect start for Scott Baker. And you mentioned it earlier, for George Munos, just needs that kind of slight improvement on the Group A campaign. Just picked up those 2 solitary wins. Did see some glimpses of good stuff. Highest average of around 88, or just over 88. But then the inconsistencies, that's where there's a bit of a struggle.
I think the word to describe George is probably patchy. Average just under 18. That's the second bounce out into many visits for Munos. Average just under 80 for the group. Doubling okay, 32%, and give or take that. And 9-180s, 4-ton plus checkout. 83. So there was signs that there was decent stuff there, but he'll be the first to admit if he's going to mix it at this level, he's going to have to find it on a bit more of a consistent basis. But this, I suppose, is also
45
part of the challenge for George, because you think about parts of the world like Greece, Cyprus, Southern Europe. Yes, there's players with possibilities and capabilities, 44. But they'll be the first to admit that in terms of strength and depth in that part of the world, they maybe don't get pushed as often as perhaps players this side of Europe perhaps do. And so when you're put in an environment like this, sometimes you can get away with things back home, which you just cannot do here.
76.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. It's one of those other developing areas in terms of darts, and we've seen it now. It's picking up. It's getting bigger in places like France, 54. Like Spain. Predominantly two countries that are very much still soft tip. Now you're seeing the emergence of steel tip there. So the revolution, the darting revolution, is spreading across. It's making its way over.
And it will be televised on Pluto TV as Baker looks to take out the Shanghai for the first leg. Treble found. Single just about found. And a double, no mistake whatsoever. Instant statement of intent from Scott Baker. 120 finish to get his first leg back on the board, back in the live lounge.
Game on.
Yes, a steady start for Scott Baker.
81.
And that's what you want when you come out here. You have to remember 3 of the players in the field, they've already had 3 days up on that stage. And whilst the likes of Scott Baker, Richard Rolands, they've got experience up there before, you're still coming up there cold. And if you're the first game on, you just want to that early settler, get that leg in quick. And that's exactly what Baker's done.
He's one of those players that as soon as he finds that treble with the first dart, ironically he's only hit a ton there, but you tend to expect more to follow. He's such a power scorer, is Scott Baker, particularly when he's at his pompous
99.
best.
It's all about feel and rhythm, isn't it? One of the faster players
60.
that we've got here in Group C.
Yeah, certainly doesn't have time to set. At the moment, it feels like George Munos isn't going to get time to
99.
set into this game. He is going to leave himself on 167, but you expect Baker to be in a more handier position when he comes back to the board, or if he comes back to the board, or if he leaves himself on a finish altogether.
37. George Ricard, 167.
About leaves himself on a finish of 164, and so what looked like a good opportunity for Baker to break has suddenly seen this leg back at an equal kilter.
60. Scott Ricard, 164.
Baker not adding the 164 to the 120 we saw in the first leg, but it's a great last one.
Well, this to square the game up with a ton topper of his own, but Munoz isn't going to find the 107, and so Baker back
59.
for 64 to get the break and double his lead to 2-0. Well, that's a Brucey bonus, 2-handed double 8.
56.
Not going, so Munoz is going to get a chance to square up.
Two for tops.
18. Scott Ricard, 8.
Just goes to the left, double 5 found. So more chances here for Baker early doors.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Eventually smothers a way through to get the Baker throw and open up a 2-0 lead in this contest. Baker 2 up and
first. Game on.
seemingly in cruise control of this contest.
$54.
I thought your chat with Scott as well earlier, I thought it was quite interesting. You know, he's in that
85.
position where he just picks and chooses. Obviously, he has got his eyes on the top prize here this week, and understandably so.
119.
But again, a player that you think, you know, has the potential to go back to Q School, could pick up his tour card.
I suppose it's one of those things that when we talk about this level of the
79.
game, we maybe don't talk about enough, because pretty much 90-95% of the players that play here, this isn't their full-time job. This is effectively part-time / hobby for them.
70.
And playing here is an absolute bonus. And for Scott, possibly the flight's just popped halfway up the hockey the other way. There it is, Scott. But for somebody like Scott, potentially, I don't know what he does day to day, but maybe this is just what makes him happy. This is just what tunes him in. This is what he enjoys about the game. And look, he's had that
100.
taste at the highest level. He's had a tour card in the past. He's had deep runs at Lakeside previously. He's played at World Trophies, World Masters, you name it. He's done it in the BDO system. And
60.
maybe he's just at a stage where he's just happy to enjoy his darts and just see where the journey takes him, as opposed to possibly chasing something.
Well, the level of commitment that you need when you've got that tour card, the amount of travel.
140.
I mean, even if you don't have a tour card now, people on the Challenge Tour, they come here and play at the Live Lounge. They can chase WDF World Championships
81.
as well.
Georgia car 97.
The options are limitless, and they have to be funded somehow.
Telling a story about Wesley Plaisir in the next leg as Baker looks at 117 to go 3-0 to the
65.
good. Hasn't
Scotty
quite
Carr,
been his
117.
sparkling best so far, but it has been good enough to give himself a lead. But the cushion may well be
57.
evaporated
Georgia
because
Carr,
the gap may well be
52.
reduced to 1, and this game could return to throw if Munoz takes out double 16.
Eight. Scott car 60.
Munoz struggling on the doubles, 5 attempts and 2 legs and none converted.
Getting shot on the third
Not a
leg,
problem for Scott Baker.
3-0 up and just doing the job
Forfeit
that
George
he
to
needs to
first.
do at this
Game
present
on.
moment in time. As I was saying, Wesley Plaisir, I was speaking to him when he was here last year. Now, he openly admitted the fact that he could only commit
60.
to this 1 week a year. And if he got through to the Champions Week, then he'd have problems with work. Because effectively, he was working as a factory
45.
worker and things like that. And he said he had 21 days worth of vacation in a year. And because, by and large, he was towards the top end of the Challenge to Order of Merit, the last couple of years,
59.
he never really had annual leave. Because his annual leave was being taken up by playing darts. And so he never really had a holiday the last few years. Ironically, now he's gone and he's got his tour
44.
card, he quit work, he's gone full time with the sport. But for a lot of players, it comes with, as you say, a real huge sacrifice.
80.
Even if you look at the top end, you know, names that spring to mind because they've spoken about it. You think of Doesert, who had his job for such a long time before
45.
taking that big kind of leap and leaving his role. Johnny Clayton, another one. They do tend to stay with the security of having
58.
a job away from the sport.
And that's the key word, isn't it? Security, because you go to a 9 to 5, you're going to get paid, but you play on the Pro Tour, you lose first round 34 times in a year, then you're not going to get any income
43.
whatsoever. And also, it could be the mentality and the mindset. And I spoke to a tour card holder about this around about this time last year, who went from playing part-time, got his tour card, went pro, and said that the mentality shifts because all you think about is darts, where if you're working and playing at the same time, you've got something else to distract your brain.
60. Scott car 144.
Baker here looking at 144 to win the match. He's not going to. And he struggles to
40.
leave it
Georgia
handy.
Carr,
Still on a free
143.
darter if he comes back.
Yeah, I've just seen Scott on those last couple of throws as well. He's shaking his head. Obviously not
43.
Quite.
Scott car
at
104.
the top level we've seen him before, but he's in a commanding position still.
$64. Georgia car 100.
Well, George has had opportunities to win a couple of these legs already. Not going to get another one here.
60.
And so
Scott car
this
40.
to complete what will be a comprehensive success for Scott Baker. Double top required
Getting shot on the
for a
match,
4-0
Scott
win
Baker.
and a really steady start for Scott Baker. Maybe not the best game we'll see all day, but Scott Baker will be happy enough with the 2 points that he's picked up. A 4-0 win over George Munoz. Richard Rolands and Jake Jones is coming up next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Scott Baker got the better of George Munos by 4-0. Next up, it is Richard Rolands up against Jake Jones here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Richard looking to pick up another W this week. Welshie, who is hoping to stack the cards in his favour. But can the Welsh wizard get the better of Jake Jones in this one? Let's find out a bit more then about both players. Richard, now 54 years of age, from Wales. Former winner back in Series 8, Week 3. Up against Jake Jones. 31 years of age, from Stoke-on-Trent. Making his debut in this competition. Picked up 6 points from his Group A campaign. The man from England. Looking to join a sea of English players through to Champions Week. We saw Jamie Owens qualify through last week. We saw Jensen Walker qualify the week before that. Week 1 was won by Yorkshire's Carl Wilkinson. Week 2 by England's Keegan Brown.
First leg, Richard to throw
Northern
first.
Ireland's Neil Duff won week 3.
Game on.
England's David Pallett won week 4. As I say, Jensen won week 5. And in the interim, England's David Evans won week number 6.
Yeah, and that's unusual to
85.
have Champions Week looking so far dominated by one nation, because if you go back, you know, Jeff Smith picking up the title last time, we've seen Andreas Harris, and we've seen a real mix of nationalities. I'm quite confident
24.
It's possibly a trend that isn't going to continue.
Well, we're going to be announcing next week's lineup at some point throughout the course of today. And without giving away any spoilers, I think there may well be the possibility of a bit more of
85.
international variety come Champions Week, because there is 2 players in there I cannot wait to watch, particularly one who we have not seen here before, but I have been banging the drum to get here for a long, long time.
81.
You'll find out a little bit more in a little bit more due course.
$100.
Now, Richard has changed his setup a little bit this week. He's gone with a bit more of a front-loaded barrel. Still throwing with the same weight of dart, but he kind of felt
60.
throwing with an 18-gram dart, and he said the equipment that he was using previously just wasn't quite becoming comfortable with, and he said since throwing with the front-loaded barrel, he's just been getting a little bit more success. He says he feels a little bit better in practice, and he'll be hoping
100.
that leads to results over the course of the next couple of days.
Well, he's putting him to good use in this opening leg. Over a 200-point difference between the pair at the moment.
60. Richard Ducar, 131.
Now, Rolands has plenty of time here from this 1v1 to get this opening leg on the board.
Yeah, 58 left, so just looking to tee up for tops.
91.
Yeah, as for Jake Jones, probably similar to George Munos, who we saw in that opening match. It was a difficult
100.
Group A
Richard Ducar,
campaign.
40.
You do see that sometimes when people are here on debut, but did get better as we came into
Finish on
Wednesday.
the first leg, Richard Rolands.
Well, no mistake on the tops. Rolands 1-0 up.
Second leg, Jake to throw first. Game on.
So Jake yesterday, change of tack for him. Decided to
100.
go from throwing the dart stood up to attention to throwing rather flat. Change of flights as a result of it. And it felt like yesterday it yielded a little bit more joy for him. Have a look at his Wednesday stats, 78.34
44.
daily average, which was his highest average for the day throughout the course of his Group A campaign. Hit more 180s yesterday than he did at any point in the group. His doubling yesterday was really good as
58.
well. 12 out of 28 in terms of his doubling yesterday, 42%. And he had a look at a double.
Yeah, and we also saw, okay, it was a losing average. It was a 4-0 loss to Daniel Larson, but we also saw him produce his highest numbers
60.
as well yesterday. So it's kind of focusing on that positivity, trying to draw a line under now what's happened in Group A and setting off strong in Group C.
And there wasn't really much he could have done about that against Daniel
96.
Larson, averaging just under 102, 4 from 8 in terms of his doubles in that game, the Swede. He had a couple of ton-plus averages yesterday. He won one with one and he lost one with one. Didn't even pick up a leg in the other. We'll be watching Kim tonight as part of our Group B offering here on the Pluto TV network of
100.
channels. Well, that's an inviting first dart for Jake. Almost inviting enough to fill it up. His first to a finish. Rolands needs a couple to join him.
$140. Jake Ducar, 126.
Does find a couple of trebles, though Roland's also on a finish, but 126, much more achievable, especially after that first dart.
Double six.
114.
That wasn't too far away.
Richard
And
Ducar,
that maybe would have been the
157.
moment that could have sparked Jake Jones into life. Well, this would just be downright nasty if Rolands had taken out the 157. He's not going to.
$94. Jake Ducar, 12.
So, Jake Jones back for double six to square the game up. These are the types of opportunities he can ill afford to miss.
6.
But miss he does.
Richard Ducar,
Open the door he will
63.
to Rolands.
It's two to break the throw of Jones, and
Game
only
shot on
one
the second
required
leg,
for Richard Rolands.
Third leg,
2-0
Richard
to the
through
good.
first. Game on.
91.09. In fact, I've just been given a little bit of intel here as Roland looks to pile in the first max of the match. Unable to do so, but
140.
when we say change of flight, we kind of mean more change of flight shape, because actually they're the same flights they use on Monday and Tuesday, but he just trimmed them down. He got the scissors out and decided we're going to bring it
60.
back down to size.
So I'm always in two minds when it comes to probably tinkering
85.
too much with equipment, especially when you are already in a tournament, because you know then it's always in the back of your mind, especially I've seen it with players with different sets of darts.
140.
Went well with this, I'm going to stick with these, and one or two games don't go so well, so you switch back to the other, to something else. And I know you're trying to find that perfect setup that's working, but sometimes I think it can just lead to overthinking when you're up on the oche.
100.
Well, the only thing that Jake Jones has is he can't really go back because he's cut it down.
Well, I imagine he's got spares, Henry.
Yes, but it depends if he cut the spares as well,
Well,
I
that's
suppose.
true enough.
45.
Well, Rolands is in control here, playing really well, averaging just under 95 at this present moment in time. A player that you just know what you're going to get from him. He's just so reliable. And he must be one of those players that
81.
when you see in a draw sheet and he turns up, you're thinking, oh no, I've got all sorts of problems here. Because you just know roughly what he's going to do.
$125. Richard Ducar, 95.
Double 8 for a 15 dart leg.
Game shot on the
Finds
third
it
leg.
just in the
Richard
corner,
Rolands.
but doesn't matter where you hit it. 3-0 now, Richard Rolands, and
Fourth leg, Jake, you through
that
first.
average still
Game
around the
on.
94 mark, and the doubling perfection so far. 3 from 3 for Rolands.
Yeah, this is a marquee performance so far from Welshie.
100 on it.
First max of this game goes away at Jake Jones, averaging just under 86 at this present moment in time, but it's those 4 missed darts and a double to level the game up at 1 apiece, which has been the undoing for him so far in this contest.
100.
Although I hasten to say that if he was to qualify through to Saturday, just because of sheer geography,
60.
I don't think he'll be the most popular person in the room. Portsmouth play Stoke City at Fratton Park at 12:30 on Saturday. And traditionally, those games get a little bit feisty.
100.
Well, it didn't last year, we got thumped 6-1, but... we had some humdingers between Harry Redknapp and Tony Pulis back in
60.
the day.
Well, Jake Jones kicked off with a max, but Richard Rolands once again is just chipping away at that lead.
140.
Not just chipping away, now has jumped in front. First down to a finish.
Even himself on 161, averaging 97 at this present moment in time. Everything
45.
about this
Richard
performance
Ducar, 161.
he'll be so pleased with. And he could put the cap on it in beautiful style if he could find this. He's one of those players that likes to head down to go up. And at the moment, he's veering to the left.
42.
And I get that. I know players have their
156.
roots, but Rolands is finding that treble 20 with such consistency.
$85.
Definitely wants to
Richard
start
Ducar,
down on the 19s
119.
here. Treble 20 for tops. Not to be in. So Jones should get another opportunity to win a leg here.
87, junior car
If he doesn't
71.
take it, he's going to be in trouble.
It may just be at the ball, and it is one dart, and it is the bullseye required.
46, Richard Ricard 32.
Just not happening for Jake Jones yet.
So Rolands looking at 32 to get the job done and to seal a comprehensive 4-0 victory. Double 8.
Game shown
Richard
the match,
Rolands
Richard
is
Rowland.
off to a winning start. He gets the better of Jake Jones by 4 legs to nil. Really decent performance that. Average in excess of 91, 4 from 6 when it came to his finishing. And he may well be a bit of a live wire in this group. Aaron Gill takes on Robert Thornton after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Richard Rolands got the better of Jake Jones by 4 legs to nil. Game 3, a meeting between Aaron Gill, the 37-year-old from Romford, making his debut in this competition, taking on Robert Thornton, 58 years of age, from Saltcoats in Scotland, the winner of the Double Start tournament back in September last year. A couple of times World Seniors champion. It looks like he's made acquaintances quite well with Aaron. He's a forever popular character is Robert, both on and off the board. I'm alongside Laura Turner for the remainder of the week here at the Live Lounge in Port. And for Robert, it felt like yesterday it was just beginning to click into life a little bit. There's certainly signs that there's promising
First
stuff
leg,
for the
Aaron
form,
through first.
but he'll be the first to admit if he's
Game on.
going to get out of this group, he's going to have to find it on a more consistent basis.
43.
I know this is definitely a title that has been rather elusive for
140.
Robert Thornton. Prolific at getting through to finals night, but just not made it all the way to pick up that trophy.
30.
I think he's a little bit sick and tired, isn't he, of that question being asked. You keep getting through, Robert,
81.
but when are you going to win that first one? I know he's picked up a double start title and he tries to, these days, try and back press the question with that statement.
26.
But I'm sure in the back of his mind, this would be a big one off the bucket list if he was able to pick this trophy up come Saturday night.
95.
I think when you add the dynamic, the fact it's going to be a sellout on Saturday, if he was to make it through, I think he'll add an extra dynamic to his game because we know that some of his best successes have come
52.
when it's been loud, proud, boisterous.
Yeah, and again, he's just, he's one of the legends of our sport, isn't he? The fact that you could watch
94.
him live up close and personal if he can find a way through. But we've also had a couple of markers laid down by Richard Roland and Scott Baker so far.
180. Robert Carr, 91.
Potential 14 darter.
Inch on the
Forget about
first leg,
potential
Robert
14
Thornton.
darter. That is a 14 dart start for Robert Thornton. That's a little bit more
Second
like
leg,
it.
Robert to through first. Game on.
I think the time slot as well will suit
100.
Robert down to the ground. He's never necessarily been a morning person. His record in Group A, perhaps not the best of
59.
players that have played here on multiple occasions, but you tend to kind of back him when he plays in the secondary group of the week, whether it be B, whether it be C, and this is a flying start from the Fawn.
And I do get that. I think when you get into darts,
100.
Generally you play in an evening. So it does feel rather unnatural to kind of be up and match ready for a 9:30 start.
44.
Sad enough waking up and talking about it, let alone performing on the stage.
54.
And Thornton as well will be more suited to this time slot when you think about the amount of years he played on the Pro Tour and even some of the Challenge Tour stuff. He'll be playing around
83.
about this time of the day, although it is a slightly earlier start. So I think for someone like Robert, this is probably the perfect time slot where maybe now the 10 o'clock start
85.
might be a
Robert
little
Carr,
bit too late
94.
for him. So I think he'll fancy this down to the ground. I certainly fancy this start so far. 86 left, but in cruise control of this game, averaging prior to this visit
26.
just underneath the 105 mark.
$93. Robert Carr, 68.
A single 8 would be the target. Tops.
28. Alan Carr,
Beloved tops for Robert
110.
Thornton.
Well, this would be some way to get your first leg of the Super Series
on the
stage.
second
Double
leg,
top
Aaron Gill.
goes for 110. Welcome to the Live Lounge, Aaron Gill.
Third leg, Aaron to through first. Game on.
And that is a break straight back for Gil. We are now back on throw.
55.
Well, the checking out's been good so far in this game.
57.
And that just might be the moment
60.
that settles Aaron onto the stage a little bit. It was a little bit nervy the first leg at a bit, but just getting that first one on the board just means he can just relax and get into the swing of things. But Thornton piling them in may not help the relaxation bit.
You imagine it, you're here, you're on debut. It is edgy. I
100.
totally understand that, but you're playing Robert Thornton. That is your first game.
Well, this is kind of the dream that when you qualify
60.
for this, for the ADC, which Aaron did, these are the types of games that you want to be playing. You want to be testing yourself, and you want to be playing some of the legends of the sport. And he's got both of them in one go against the Thorn.
Yeah, and he's definitely given Robert Thornton something to
60.
think about, the 110. And he's
Alan
backed
Yukar,
it up in this leg
146.
with some big treble hitting as well.
$52. Robert Yukar, 144.
A wild second dart means Aaron Gill
69.
has a
Alan
chance
Yukar,
here for 94.
$72 left. What about setting up from here and hoping that Thornton doesn't take out the 75? May just
38.
get
Robert Yukar, 75.
one dart come the end of this particular combo. However, that dart is an old faithful.
Game
And when
the
he's
third
at his
leg,
best,
Robert
that
Thornton.
tops is on a string for Thornton. 2-1 to the good,
Fourth
following
leg,
the
Robert
third
to throw first.
consecutive break of throw at the beginning of this contest.
Game on.
Now, our friend and colleague Keegan Brown's done some
43.
overtime. I should tell him that he's not going to get paid anymore for it. But he's given us some facts on Aaron Gill,
140.
who is a county teammate of Keegan's in Essex. Apparently, he's unbeaten this season
41.
in both Super League and County within Essex. Hit a 9-darter last year in the Essex Super League. And in the
100.
Collier Row side that won the Men's Super League title last season.
57.
Who needs statisticians when you have Keegan Brown?
100.
And again, it's another leg where the person who's thrown second
100.
has taken
Alan
an
Yukar,
early lead.
161.
161, Gill first for a finish.
85.
Now finds a treble with his last start to leave himself on 76. Thornton can only try and set up from this particular point onwards.
60.
Gill's got
Alan
60 to
Yukar,
level up at
76.
2-2. All four legs potentially could be going against the throw at the beginning of this contest. 15 scored, doesn't have to chase 11 and ball, which is why it goes 25 for double
40.
18, which goes on the outside wire.
$60. Alan Yukar, 36.
Let's level it up once again.
No score. Robert Yukar, 140.
Well, this would have been some way to have opened up a cushion in the contest, and
100.
it looks like
Alan Yukar,
unless Gill
36.
misses 3 more double 18, he's going to have to do more hard work against the throw. But it's inside of the double 9, and Thornton presented with 3 in hand at his
No
favourite
score.
double
Robert
to go
Yukar,
3-1
40.
to the good.
Gill painting a frustrated picture at the back of the stage
Being shown
because
the fourth
Robert
leg, Robert
Thornton
Thornton.
in this match and throughout his career, that tops once again just proving
Fifth leg, Aaron to throw
to be a
first.
friend.
You give
Game
him
on.
a look at that target, then you know what's going to happen next by and large.
60.
When he won the Grand Prix, which, by the way, is incredible to think is 10 years ago that he won the World Grand Prix, he was unstoppable on that tops.
41.
Kind of became a bit of a master of that format, didn't he? I know he also had the 9-dart that everybody talks
96.
about, but when you think about his game, and particularly the way he takes out tops and 10s and things like that, I suppose it's a format that was always going to lend to him having some tangible
100.
success. It was amazing to think that when he won that tournament, it was a little bit out of form at the time. He was 80-1 with the odds compilers to
100.
go and win it, but I think that probably sums up his character as well more than anything. Sometimes when you write him off and you say that he can't do something, that's usually when he tends to
60.
turn up and prove you wrong.
And he's found himself in a comfortable position here.
50.
Aaron Gill will probably be kicking himself because missing 4 darts at the outer ring.
135.
This leg, to a certain extent, is a
47.
little bit of a freebie for Thornton because it's on Aaron Gill's throw. He has the darts in the next one if we go there, but it looks like he's ever so closer to get the job done on throw here because top's left and Gill's not going to take out the 148. So this for 4-1 win for Robert Thornton
44.
to kickstart his group.
40.
Double 10. Chasing it round, double 5.
35.
Wrong side of the wire.
104.
We were just talking about that reliability, the Robert Thornton on tops. And
48. WK 5.
now just got a little bit messy.
2 2s.
1.
Does not go.
WK 56.
Get up, he says. But he may have to get on with the job on throw in the next because Gill looks at, ironically, tops. But he misses both that and double 10. This to eventually get it one.
Getting shown the match, Robert Thornton.
Well, it became a bit of a struggle at the end on the doubles for Robert Thornton, but it is job done. It's a 4-1 victory over Aaron Gill. Robert Thornton, almost perfection on tops, but as we say, here is the tail of the tape. It was 4 from 12 on the outer ring. We had our first ton plus checkout coming from Gill, and coming up next, George Munos takes on Richard Rolands.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Robert Thornton got his campaign up and running with a 4-1 success against Arundel. Game number 4 is a meeting between Richard Rolands and George Munos. Rolands got his campaign up and running with a 4-0 win over Jake Jones, averaging 91.09 in that game, 4 from 6 in terms of his doubling. Wise George Munoz, well, he missed 5 darts at a double, then lost out by 4 legs to 0 against Scott Baker in his opener to the session. This is the first game of round 2. Baker beating Munoz 4-0, Rolands beating Jones 4-0, and Thornton beating Gill by 4 legs to 1 of the first 3 matches. It's Munoz to get us underway, and for Richard, an opportunity
45.
to become the first player on to 4 points in this group.
There is an argument, isn't there, what we've seen from the early rounds. You get the feeling that Richard Rolands will have a little bit too much for Munoz. This is why we love live sport. You never quite know what's going to happen. We have seen signs from Munoz in Group 8. He does have the levels, but it's the consistency that he's lacking.
81.
Well, it's game 4 of the day, which means it is time for our Tungsten teaser.
$85.
Now, tonight, the European Darts Championship gets underway. And in 2009, Phil Taylor broke the record
43.
for a major televised tournament average in that particular competition. His average for the tournament, the entire tournament, was 111.54, where he beat Steve Beaton by 11 legs to 3 in the final. The tournament average is 111.54. However, the teaser is, what was his lowest match average in that particular tournament? Do get in touch. We're at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And we are here all day long for you here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$41.
Well, despite the slip there from Rolands, his first down to a finish. And Munoz is having some real trouble getting all 3
40.
darts to stick in that board.
Richard Ducar 135. $119. Georgia Carr 152.
Superb set-up play by Richard Rolands. And the 152 just a step too far for Munoz.
It's only 2 remaining.
140. Richard Carr 16.
Double 6 if he gets a look. Rolands hasn't dropped a leg so far.
That
trend's going to continue here. 16 dart break to go 1-0 to the good.
Richard through first. Game on. $96.
In fact, I mentioned that run of Phil Taylor, that 2009 European Championship. Robert Thornton was actually one of his victims.
140.
Lost 9-0. I'm not going to give away the average because that might give away the tungsten teaser. But Thornton, well, he ran into one, let's just say, against the power, as did everybody in that particular tournament.
I imagine most of the players at the top end of the sport in that
100.
In that era will say, yeah, running into Taylor was just, yeah, it was nothing, and no one wanted that.
If I'm right in saying, that might
45.
be... Was that the tournament that was broadcast on Bravo TV?
Could well have been. I remember playing it different, obviously for the BDO, but I remember playing on Dave TV once.
Yes. The World Trophy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
60.
We've had some weird and wonderful channels broadcast this sport. Challenge TV.
$60.
Blaze TV, of course, for the last Lakeside. Been on Eurosport, Premier Sports, TNT Sports, obviously Sky, ITV, BBC. And of course, 24/7 here on Pluto TV.
85.
Well, Rolands once again is first down to a finish, and once again averaging in excess of 90.
85. Richard Carr, 160.
So 6 darts on 160 to go 2-0 to the good, and to continue this consecutive streak of legs that he's won the beginning of this session, it would extend to 6.
60.
And you have to say, at this present moment in time, he's putting the opposition away in the blink of an eye.
$40. Richard Carr, 100.
Options here for 80. He tried tops. But now switching over to
36.
the 16s.
Georgia Carr, 131.
Well, this would be some way to level the encounter up. But the 1-3-1 is off the cards. And so Rolands will come back looking at 64 to
79.
double his lead
Richard
to 2
Carr,
zip.
64.
Double 8 for 2-0. He's gone high. It slipped into a single 11.
No score. Georgia Carr, 52.
Well, this tangible chance to level this game up for Munos. It's 2 in hand, a double top.
12.
Chance doesn't go, but Rolands has to go back to the start again.
Yeah, the doubling woes still continue for Munos. He's found the treble 16 again. So double 8.
Game shown
This
the second
time
leg,
it's
Richard
pinned,
Rolands.
and it is 2-0 to Richard Rolands.
6
Third leg,
on the
George to third
spin,
first.
yet to
Game on.
concede a leg, Richard Rolands so far in this particular contest.
$100. $60. $60.
Well, let's have a look at some stats then following the first couple of legs of this contest. Because the
84.
doubling has been very good for Rolands throughout the course of the day. He's 4 from 6 in his opener against Jake Jones. He's 2 from 3 here. He's only missed 3 darts and a
81.
double throughout the course of the day. 6 from 9, 66%.
My concern at this early stage of Group C
60.
for Munos is the fact that he's had 5 darts in that opening match. He went down 4-0 to Scott Baker. He's already had a couple of opportunities in this match as well. Needs to start finding the doubles when he
81.
does get the opportunity.
Well, it looks like Munos is going to peg a leg back here.
$100.
Munos has put himself in a good position. However, Rolands, after finding that ton, not far behind.
99.
Munos leaving 80 to half the arrears.
$59. Giorgio car 80.
Well, this for 2-1, and give Richard Rolands the first leg he would have conceded so far today. But there's a drawbridge in the way of tops.
60.
And it loops
Richard
low.
car 138.
Yeah, but 138, one of those finishes, they are awkward. They require all three darts to be perfect, and that first one went awry for Richard Rolands.
$106. Giorgio car 20.
Double 10 to bring it back to 2-1. Well, he's gonna. Oh my goodness,
No
he's made a
score.
mess of that.
Richard car 32.
And it's opened up the door for Rolands to go 3-0 up if he can find 32.
Looking for a double combination. Has to go across to the other side of the board.
24.
And just
Giorgio
the width
car
of a
20.
wire away on double 4.
2 10s. Double 5.
Getting shown the
And he
third leg.
reduces
George
the
Munos.
gap back down to 2-1.
Fourth leg Richard through first. Game on.
And you just wonder, is that the settler for George Munos? Because that's the first leg he's picked up so far this afternoon.
$100. $45.
Richard, a former Saturday night winner here in the past, looking to return to Saturday night. It's going to be a very loud Saturday night here. And
60.
there's a number of events taking place here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and you can be here for them. Scan that QR code, takes you to www.dartshop.tv. Not just the Super Series, but plenty of other events taking place here. There is the ADC Women's Tour Championship Finals. Now, I hear on the grapevine that there's less than 10 tickets left for that particular event. So if you do want to get there, then you'll have to be quick to the mark.
140.
And the Champions Week, well, that takes place on the 29th of November. There are some tickets still available for that. You can join us to
60.
see who's going to be crowned the next big champion. And then following that, our next big event is Double Trouble 4, which, not to give anything away, but judging by the poster with Trina Gulliver, Simon Whitlock and Mervyn King on there, who knows, I might see them here. That's on
60.
Saturday the 20th of December, and you can buy tickets for all of them by heading over to www.dartshop.tv.
95. Richard Carr 141.
Yeah, quite often. I mean, this is the time of year, and I think we always look to Christmas, and it's just always so busy. You know, wherever you look, there is some darts going on, and it's no different here at the Super Series. It's getting busier as we get to the back
95.
end of the year.
And of course, all eyes will be on the Global Championship, which kicks off on Monday, the 1st of December here at the Live Lounge.
100.
13
Richard Carr,
consecutive days of
46.
action before a finals day on Sunday, the 4th of January. And every single dart will be available to view here on Pluto TV. Double 16 for Richard Rolands to go 3-1 to the goods.
30. Giorgio Carr 106.
Now, George Munos has taken out these types of finishes on a few occasions this week. And if he's going to do so, he's going to have to find treble 17 tops.
50. Richard Ricard, 16.
For 3-1.
You feel that should be a good marker for Richard Rolands. Just needs to work his way in.
No score. George Ricard, 56.
Well, this for 2-2. Munos looking at 56. Tops it is.
Getting shown the fourth
Flick of the flight and into the bed. 2-2.
Fifth leg, George to through first.
Well, I think the doubling stats tell its own story in this game. 2 from 9 Munoz, 2 from 11 for Rolands. Could have won this game 4-0, Richard.
100.
And these are the type of games that, when it comes to tomorrow afternoon in the back end, where players are scrambling for those top 2 places, these are the ones that can make all the difference.
60.
I've got no shadow of a doubt that Richard Rolands will be expecting to go through to Saturday's finals. As you've mentioned before, is a weekly winner, and he did it in some style, knocking out the previous series champion in Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, that was back in June last year.
60.
Yeah, good adjustment there with the second up.
85.
Munoz here, if he can find a treble or two. He's gone from a position of being
85.
2-0 down to potentially leading the match 3 legs to 2.
Well, slowly but surely, Rolands is letting this slip through his fingers.
96. George Ricard, 116.
116.
Yeah, finds the single, just one dart at tops. And
96.
just a fraction away.
Well, this has been a rather tentative
90.
tungsten tussle,
George
or
Ricard,
shall I
20.
say, tentative tungsten struggle so far. Double 10
Getting shown the fifth
to
leg, George
turn a
Munoz.
2-0 deficit into a 3-2 lead, and George Munoz
Sixth
is
leg,
now
Richard
one
to through
away
first. Game
from
on.
getting his first win of the session. And for Richard Rolands, he finds his back against the wall.
Well, from a position of being 2-0 up, Rolands was looking comfortable. But Munoz has battled, and that last leg was 1 in 16. It's the best leg for Munoz of this match.
$59.
Hang on, Richard.
Hang on, Henry.
85.
But despite missing that 5th dart at the treble 20, it's a comprehensive lead already for Rolands to try and level it up at 3-all.
100.
Of course, we got every angle covered for you here at the live lounge, and every single dart
60.
covered here on Pluto TV. Now, if you're out and about and you're watching on your smart TV and you do want to take the darts with you, you can actually download the Pluto TV app to your smartphone or smart device via either the Apple App Store
100.
or Google Play, whichever is your applicable app store. And by doing that, you can watch us on the move 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including 35 hours worth of live darts,
58.
50 weeks of the year.
Yeah, definitely lots of options if you want to keep tuned in. Lots of options and lots of other content
60.
as well.
Richard Akar, 118.
118 for Rolands to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Tops for first tub plus checkout of the day.
98.
Just underneath, but he has got time on his side.
Yeah, and this has been a really good response in leg number 6 for Richard Rolands, but the struggle has been the doubles.
82.
Missed
Richard
10
Akar,
so far
20.
in key moments. Wants to take this cleanly.
Well,
10.
they've both kissed the wire,
George
but they haven't
Rukar,
found a way
100.
through as Munos got a ton topper to wrap it up. All tots to win it.
60.
Just tight.
Richard Akar, 10.
Yeah, match start, come and gone for Munos. Will it be punished by Richard Rolands? Has to spurn a dart here to leave himself on double one for 3-all.
No score. George Akar, 40.
So this for a 4-2 win for George Munos. Double top required. In it
Game shot of the
goes.
match, George Munoz.
And it is a 4-2 win for George Munos against Richard Rolands. Well, those are the stats. And coming up after the break, Robert Thornton takes on Scott Baker.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
required
Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Darty Party in Pompey, where we're having fun on this Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, George Munos got the better of Richard Rolands by 4 legs to 2. Match 5 is a meeting between Messrs Thornton and Messrs Baker. Who is going to win this one, I wonder? Both won their opening matches. Both players had kind of a similar performance in their opening game. But who is going to join... Well, no, tell a lie. Who's going to be the first player to 4 points? Obviously, Richard Rolands lost that last game before the break. How could I
First
forget?
leg, Roberts are through first. Game on.
Thornton to get us underway. Both players, I think it's fair to say, it was a bit patchy.
81.
There were some good bits, but there's also some ropey moments in their opener.
Yeah, I think for me, Robert Thornton, the way he started, he was averaging well in excess of 100 for a good couple of legs, then
140.
just dropped off. Did have a bit of a challenge as well on his hands with Aaron Gill, but he
100.
was definitely the more consistent. But yeah, when he was under that little bit of pressure from Aaron, then I think that's where some of the misses on the outer ring came.
41. $95. 41.
Robert Thornton got the better start off the pair and looking to stretch the lead.
140.
Yeah, 140.85 after 12 for Thornton.
Really productive start this. Got out the gate quick, didn't he? Got out the traps quick in his match
140,
against
Roberts 85.
Aaron Gill before missing a few darts at a double, which succumbed his average somewhat. But that's a misstrayed
45.
dart. He
Shot the car,
will feel as if
139.
he should get away with it, but Scott Baker's the type that is more than capable of taking out a finish like 139. 82 left. Options, bull or treble 14. When treble 14 to leave tops, and that's what Thornton's going to come back for.
99. Robert Lucar 40. Getting shown the first leg, Robert Thornton.
Missed his beloved tops, but covers well with double 10. 1-0 Robert
Second
Thornton.
leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
Vaughan up and running in this contest. Well, that was a wild bounce out there from Scott Baker
40.
to kick off leg 2. He's had a few of them.
$47.
Thornton forced to go to the bottom of the board, but didn't adjust well. But this is a better one from Scott Baker.
140.
I think it goes back to what we were saying of Scott Baker's first game. He's really a first start merchant, isn't he? Because as soon as he finds that, the rhythm that he's got, he can normally follow
100.
them in with 1 or 2 more trebles.
Both players that really do get at it at a real pace.
60. $118. 45.
And you will see this a lot from Robert Thornton. He's one of those players, he still
56.
demands perfection from himself. And he does like to tell himself up on the oche. You always tend to know what Robert's thinking and feeling.
Now that, I don't think I've ever seen that kind of bounce
40.
out before, where a dart's pierced the fly, not the flighter, but kept the stem in.
$26.
How is that possible? I just, my brain's trying to compute.
Have to see if we can get one of the nice little slow-mo of it.
100. Robert the car 154.
Flight cam 1000.
92. Scott the car 76.
Now, pressure now on this 76. One dart is tops.
56. Robert the car 62. Getting shown on the second leg, Robert Thornton.
Tops on a string, 2-0 to the good Robert Thornton.
Third leg, Robert to through first. Game on. $100. $60. $41. $60.
So far,
91.
just seems to be a little bit of a bit difficult so far for Scott Baker.
60.
He's got the line, he's straight, but just not finding the treble 20 with enough regularity.
Could part of this be down to the fact that we
49.
mentioned it in the interview at the beginning of the day, he's not as sharp in terms of match practice as perhaps the rest of the field is?
Yeah, and you know,
100.
sometimes just comes down to the fact that, you know, being human, you just don't always play as well one day to the next. But I think when you aren't as match sharp and aren't as match ready, it
100.
can be quite frustrating because you know what you can do, but you're kind of confused as to why your body's not doing it.
100. Robert car 120.
Thornton 120 for free zip. Strayed wide with dart 1, the shot's off. Well, 103 left after all that.
36. Scott the
Presents
car
a bit of an opening to
121.
Baker here potentially.
Now, Scott's missed that single number.
81. Robert car 84.
And so this for 3-0 lead for Robert Thornton. 14. Leaves the ball.
39. Scott the car 40.
And so this to half the deficit.
Getting shown on the
Tops
third
goes,
leg,
top
Scott
corner.
Baker.
2-1, back on throw.
Fourth leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
And I think this is what we're seeing pretty much barring
63.
Richard Rolands' performance when he came out in that first match. You're seeing moments where players look like they are about to dominate and then things just get a bit patchy in the middle.
46.
Well, Scott Baker just recomputed again. Thornton had a dart at the bull for 3-0 lead in this game. It came and went. Baker pulled it back to 2-1. It looks as if he's holding the cards now.
83.
Just beginning to find a bit of an uppage in level in a game which
60.
has been, if we're going to be perfectly honest, a bit scrappy at times.
60.
Now Scott Baker's starting to find that first dart,
124.
but a bit of a lax last one.
And it's looking at 74 to
60.
level this
Car
contest
74.
back up at 2 apiece. 20 leaves tops. Tops it is for 2-2.
54.
Baker with some time on his hands.
140. Scott the car 20.
Big visit from Thornton.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Scott Baker.
Well, 2-2. Double 10 goes. And we have a level
Fifth leg,
contest
Robert
here
through
at the
first. Game on.
live lounge. This game 5 of 15.
83.
Still another 10 more to go after this. And you will not miss a dart here on Pluto TV.
83.
We got plenty more to come for you over the course of the next 3.5, maybe a bit longer
123.
hours.
And then we take that
100.
few hours break, and then we're back for Group B action. And Group B, wow, looks absolutely stacked.
Oh, it's going to be some group tonight. That is for sure. We're going to
45.
see Fallon Sherrock, Paul Hogan, Matthew Edgar, Tom Sykes and Daniel Larson all in action tonight from
60.
10 p.m. here on Pluto TV. And not just that, you can stick with us between the sessions because we've got bonus content for you on the
60.
Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. And coming up once we're done, we've got
44.
Bullseye Only, which is a challenge where the players must win a leg of 500 by hitting just the bullseye of 25. They have to finish on the ball.
130.
That's followed by Devon Peterson breaking the throw of Joe Cullen and Johnny Clayton. Peter
60.
Ritchuri
Robert
is subject
Carr,
to the
60.
tungsten torque. And we have a tungsten talk on the life and career of
Finish on the
Phil
fifth leg,
Taylor,
Robert Thornton.
who was one of Robert Thornton's victims in terms of picking up a major title.
Six
It was
legs, Scott to
the
through
power
first.
he
Game
beat
on.
to win the UK Open back in 2012, and that tops he hits to go 3-2 up in the contest.
60.
It was a massive leg there for Robert Thornton to win, not just to stop the comeback from Scott Baker, but holds throw and knows that even if
100.
this does level up at 3 apiece, then Thornton will have the darts in the deciding leg.
95.
I wonder if you're someone like Scott Baker as well, who's,
85.
as you discussed, hasn't been playing as much as he has previously. You come in here to a group like this and you're a favourite to top the group as
100.
well. I wonder if that comes with his own added pressure.
Particularly because, as I say, he's not played too much, so he's probably going into this, I wouldn't say
100.
with an air of free roll, but he's going into this probably without much expectation because he's probably the last person who knows what's going to happen when he steps up there.
41.
Because, and I imagine you'd know as well as anybody, you can play as well as you want in practice, but you never quite know how you're going to react to conditions once you get out there on stage.
Absolutely nothing beats
100.
match practice. Playing in the various tournaments that are available. And the format, obviously, is round robin as well. So when you do go to a normal tournament, but when you go to
71.
say a
Robert
WDF
Carr,
event,
160.
you've got that additional kind of pressure.
Well, this is to win it, and this is to win it in some style. Tots of Thornton
96.
just underneath.
Scott Carr, 134.
Well, but this would be some finish.
Tots not there, so Thornton double 10 to get the job done.
76. Robert Carr, 20. Getting shot on the match, Robert Thornton.
And a bit of a fist pump and a reaction from Robert Thornton, who gets the better of Scott Baker, 4 legs to 2. Robert Thornton really decent on the doubling, 4 from 8, including a 62 finish, but it's those 2 points that count. Robert Thornton moves on to 4 at the top of the table. Coming up next, Jake Jones takes on Aaron Gill.
40.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for that.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Game 6 of the session is a meeting between Jake Jones and Aaron Gill. Before the break, Robert Thornton got his 2nd win out of 2, having got the better of Scott Baker by 4 legs to 2. And for this pair, it is about getting themselves on the board. Jake lost 4-0 to Richard Rolands in his first match of the session, whilst for Aaron Gill, he found himself on the receiving end of a 4-1 defeat to Robert Thornton
First leg, Jake, to through first.
Kickstart his day.
Game on.
But whose O is going to go come the end of this one?
$100.
Jake just needs to kind of draw on all that experience that he got playing through Group A, put it to good use
80.
here, because we did see some good stuff from Aaron Gill. Although he did lose 4 legs to 1, there was that key leg, that key exchange for me, when he obviously took out the 110 to break Robert Thornton, then had the opportunity to make it 2-all. And I think at 2-all, we might have seen a slightly different outcome to the match. But
100.
This might well be the ideal time for one another to play one another in this game, because they'll look at this and think the way they played in the previous game, if they can get themselves going here, this might be just a little bit of a
41.
confidence booster if they were able to get the result. They can get themselves into the group and they can give themselves a bit of a foot on. The way the games have gone so far, it's only
90.
Robert Thornton who's picked up maximum points so far, so whoever was to win this game would very much be in the swing of proceedings.
Yeah, and already this has turned out to be quite an interesting group. We did say early doors that it may be one
100.
group that everyone senses an opportunity. Robert Thornton now is the only player that can go through the card. Everyone else has lost a match.
140.
Doesn't normally happen
Take
that
the car,
early in a group.
160.
Well, Thornton's thinking if he can just rattle off a couple more wins, he will put himself possibly halfway towards getting the task done to qualify for Saturday, right from the very
40.
start of the group.
Alan Newark, 91.
So 91 here for Aaron to get the break and to take the opening leg. Is he going to contemplate the double-double here? No, decided to move across to the 14s. He looked like he was caught in
51.
two minds there
Take the
for
car, 120.
just a second.
Single 20. And that looks like a perfect marker the way his darts lie. It
100.
just goes a bit
Alan
low.
Newark, 40.
That was so inviting for JJ. Double five.
30.
And that
Junior
is
car,
3 darts
20.
missed at a double for Aaron Gill to get this first leg on the board. Is Gill going to feel the chill?
10. Alan Newark, 10.
Yeah, desperately unlucky for both players. Right on the wire, but it's
Shot on the first leg, Aaron Gill.
Aaron Gill that finds the double five in the end. It's an early breaker throw.
Second leg, Aaron to through first. Game on. $57. $26. $100. $105.
Well, he's taken the 5 off, which leaves him on a 0. It just makes life a
100.
little bit easier, potentially towards the latter ends of this leg. It'd be an iron if he hits a single 5 here, because he would have put it back on.
60.
But what that does do is it means that a 140 of his next turn would leave himself on the big fish.
54.
I just sense there's an opportunity for one or two of these players in Group C. If they could find a bit of a run of form,
85.
really could do some damage in the group. No one yet has taken the group really by the scruff of the neck. Robert Thornton, yes, has got a couple of wins, but
130.
again, they've probably, even by his standards, just been that little bit inconsistent.
Just doing the job he has to do. And sometimes in this game, that's all you have to do. You don't always have
58.
to play at your
Alan Newark, 60.
grade A best to get results. Totsa Gill for
Game show on the second
2-0
leg, Aaron Gill.
lead. This is a little bit more productive from him. Average of 83.5 so
Third
far.
leg, Jake to through
For
first.
Jake,
Game
it's not
on.
quite happening up to press.
No, and you can just see the frustration building already. You have to remember Jake Jones is a player that has played at the top levels on the Pro Tour, had a tour card, and
100.
did decide to do Challenge Tour the year after, and I think it's a case of just building back up that confidence.
60.
I haven't seen too much of him since those particular exploits on the Challenge Tour. In matter of fact, if you have a look at prior to this week, what he's done in terms of competitive
140.
match play, his last competitive match was on the Challenge Tour, the final Challenge Tour 2023 in
125.
Wigan, where he lost by 5 legs to 3 to the Wanderer, Wayne Jones.
60. $140. 60. $52. Jericho
Jones
141
1-4-1 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. Not to be this time, and so Gill, who's already taken out a 110 today, is now looking at the 1-2-4 to get the double break and to open up a 3-net advantage in this match.
If he could have found that treble 18 ball combination, that would have been painful because it was beautiful set-up play from Jones.
Jericho 16.
2-8 to reduce it to 2-1.
Game shown the third leg, Jake Jones.
2-1 it is. Jones holds, but Gill's still with the strong hold in this game. If he can hold throw here, he'd re-establish the two-leg cushion if he's able to do exactly that.
82. $60. $100. $60. $134.
Yeah, great switch down to the 19s, and it's Gill in the commanding position, looking to go within one of the match. One of his first wins here at
45.
the Live Lounge. When you are here on debut as well, just the relief you feel just to get that first win under your belt. It's
40.
kind of done in stages. And that first win is the first stage, your first leg, first match. Then you can start trying to pile on the points.
60. Alan your car 145.
145 for Gill, and 6 starts from here to re-establish the two-leg cushion in this contest. 65 left. Tops when he comes back. He's got plenty of time to do exactly that. I think he'll be enamoured enough with the performance. It's certainly a compare and contrast to his opening salvo against Robert Thornton.
45. Alan your car 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Aaron Gill.
Yeah, nicely taken. 16 dart holder throw for Aaron Gill, averaging in excess of 86 at the moment, putting nearly 20 points on his average from his first match. That was just over 69. So as you said, Henry, just a much better performance.
Well, the key difference here has been the doubling.
43.
In terms of the doubling in this game, 3 from 6 for Aaron Gill, 1 from 5 for Jake Jones. And as you can see, that's the leg by leg. 19-17 for Gill to go 2-0 up, matched up by a 16 darter apiece.
$55.
It's only a performance which I think if Aaron can convert into
42.
A victory, I think he will feel as if he's settled enough on the stage. It's been a decent display. In fact, it's one of the best displays that we've seen throughout the course of the session. In fact, if it stayed like this, it'd be the second highest average we've seen so far
58.
in this session.
$140.
And it's the match, I think, for Aaron Gill here. He's just growing in confidence. He's played on county stages and things. We heard that from Keegan Brown, but playing in front of cameras is very, very different.
100.
Well, the ton leads him on 96 to get over the line and seal a 4-1 victory in this contest. For Jake Jones, it's going to be work for him to do between 59. Now and the end of the session to try and get himself into the group for the match. For Aaron Gill, He's not going to get a match start here, but he's going to lay up.
56. Jacob Carr 146.
And there is a chance here for Jones. It's a long range one. And just drops low with that first dart. So trying to tee up and hopes he gets back to the oche.
81. Adam Carr
Tops
40.
for a 4-1 win. Dublin been fairly decent in this game.
Shot on the match, Aaron Gill.
4 from 8 in the end, 50% on his doubles, and Aaron Gill with a decent display, an average of 86.5, gets the better of Jake Jones by 4 legs to 1 to get his first win on the live lounge stage. Coming up next, George Munos takes on Robert Thornton. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, this is what we've seen so far. 6 games in this Group C, and before the break we saw Aaron Gill get the better of Jake Jones by 4 legs to 1. It's Robert Thornton, the player at the top of the table, having picked up the full complement of 4 points. We can have a look at the table for you now. Thornton and Rolands, they're in the top 2 positions, and the top 2 come the end of Friday afternoon. They will be in gold, and they will qualify through to Saturday night's finale. So 2 from 6 make it through. Robert Thornton in a very good position at this present moment in time, and he can make it 3 wins out of 3 and really strengthen his grip on this group if he can get the better of George Munos in this particular game.
Well, this is our first meeting of players that have come through via Group A in Group C. So Robert Thornton knows how to get past Munos. He's won all 3 of their meetings so far. However, he'll probably be on his toes in this one because he would have seen Munos get the better of Richard Rolands 4 legs to 2.
First leg, George, to throw first.
And Thornton also know he's not been at his best. However, he's been able to get results. And it's kind of that little double-edged sword, isn't it? He'd be pleased with the results, but not pleased with the performances. And I can imagine there's also a bit of a catch-22 because he'll want to improve quite naturally, but then there could be that fear of trying too hard and then the results go against the grain.
The one area that Robert Thornton has still been quite efficient in is the finishing. He was 4 from 12, so around the 33% in his opening victory over Aaron Gill. Then he was 50% in that 4-2 win over Scott Baker.
95. $100.
Well, Robert Thornton looking to render his first success in the main series, having picked up the
41
Double Trouble 2 title. And if he's hoping to save his best
55
for the latter end of the week. I'm sure it certainly feed the fuel to his fire as we head towards the end of 2025. Coming into 2026. And I just get the sense now that the way the landscape of the sport
48.
is, this is his number one priority now, Robert. Playing in this and winning this.
I would agree. He is one of those players, we see him every series, we see him in specials weeks, but
60.
I've spoken to him previously, especially prior to picking up the Double Trouble title, the frustration of it's always been so close, but it's the reward that comes with winning a
41.
week. Yes, you've won the week and you can say that you're a weekly winner, but also you get a spot in Champions Week and who knows what happens because the prize money they're paying for can be, it can totally change things around for players.
93.
Munos looking at 52 to take out the opening leg of this game.
60. George Car, 52.
He was comprehensive in game 1. He won 4-1. Won 4-2 in his second. Is he about to go behind at the beginning of this one, though? Because Munos on top has been rather effective. He flicks it off the flight again and he takes a 1-0 lead. Did get the better of Richard Rolands in his previous game by 4 legs to 2 scoreline.
55. $100.
Robert, we've waxed lyrical about some of the quick starts that he's had in his previous 2 matches, but very slow off the mark here. But this could change things around.
Well, this is a delicate stage of the group, isn't it? Where if he wins this, he's in a superb position for the rest of the day. However, loses it, then he finds himself in a little bit of trouble all of a sudden.
And especially when you've played someone as many times they've played this week, this is their 4th meeting and you know that you've beaten them pretty comprehensively every single time. You just think, right, this is now the time it really counts because it's almost last chance for these players.
$100.
Time for Munos. But Thornton with 6 starts here from 202 to square the game up at 1 apiece.
60.
Only a 60. Only need to be punishable if Munos finds the max here. 2 troubles will even to a finish. Thornton again in control of a leg, but
60.
not overly enamoured with the display that he's putting in this present moment in time. But this would have lit up the blue touch paper for the Fawn.
84.
We'll be back for 58 with Munos back in the
low to mid 200s.
64, rubber the car 58.
Munos sets up the 170, but it's tops for Thornton. Should be a great guide, and it is.
Again shown the
And it
second
is one
leg, rubber
apiece.
Thornton.
All square.
Third leg, George to through first.
Thornton will
Game
be
on.
hoping that that first leg was just a little bit of a blip for him.
Well, Thornton, that second leg, couple of
30.
big 2 treble visits. But again, efficiency when it came to the doubles.
59. $40.
Yeah, unfortunate, just clattered into that
120.
first start, but rescues it with the last.
$60. $100.
Well, Thornton is just beginning to maybe not flex his muscles, but stretch his muscles in this game.
You sense he's starting to go through the gears.
60.
He's just doing enough, isn't he? And we mentioned it earlier, sometimes that's all you have to do.
Ultimately,
82.
these groups, Group A, B and C, the goal is to make Saturday. And to an extent, it doesn't matter how you do it. Once you hit Saturday, that's when you want to be at your absolute best.
60.
It's a completely different
Rubber the
tournament
car,
once you get to Saturday
140.
night. The dynamic feels different. The urgency feels different.
100.
Yeah, because although we have the group stages, we still have that smaller version of the round robins. You can be pretty much out after one game, or at least be in a lot of trouble.
100. Rubber the car 40.
And then you go to knockout darts.
Which is a different story altogether. Story of leg 3 is Thornton's going to need
score.
3 more darts to complete it, if he gets 3 more
151.
darts to complete it.
Yeah, and to be fair, that last dart not being in double 5, possibly a happy accident that he's bust, because he's back to tops and he will be back for it.
131.
for the break.
Rubber the car 40.
And for a 2-1 lead in the contest. Thornton
Game on
on
the third leg,
tops,
Robert Thornton.
puts himself on top. 2-1, break in hand.
Fourth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, that first dart's being found rather nicely. You'd be disappointed
85.
that there wasn't no bedfellows. Of course, we're at the midway point of the series now.
100.
Series 12. Week 7 of this particular campaign. So, week 8 to this particular
140.
campaign. I've missed a week out somewhere.
It can get to that point in the series, though, can't it?
140.
But just having a look at the field for Champions Week coming up. Obviously, you've got the former champion
55.
Jensen Walker in there. You've got a man who's come close many times, Neil Duff, in there. But it feels like another one of those Champions Weeks that's so open for somebody to go and win and maybe have the best week
30.
of their darting lives.
Yeah, I'm sure the 7 players that have already qualified through to
60.
Champions Week, they'll be avidly looking to see who will be joining them. But I agree. I think the standard, every player that makes it through, they're going to fancy their chances.
All I'm going to say is we're going to reveal next week's players
64.
at some
Robert the car,
point.
161.
You're quite excited about that, aren't you?
When you see the lineup, you'll know why I'm excited.
I'll be honest, you're always quite excited anyway.
125.
I know, but it's a
Georgia car,
go-to week next
167.
week.
Thornton double 18 for a 3-1 lead. Had a glance over at the score. Munos pays him the honour of respect by going for the double 9.
Georgia Car 107.
Is he going to be pegged back?
Tops for a 107 and parity at 2 apiece.
67. Rubber Car 8.
To go 2 clear. Double 2.
4. Georgia Car 40.
Yeah, Thornton did struggle with the move from 4s to 2s to double 1 earlier on in the matches. Yeah, you can see what he thinks about that because he has been suitably punished, and it is level at 2-all.
And his tops hitting, George Munos, has been a bit of a weapon for him today. It's been quite effective on that particular target.
40. $80.
That has travelled some distance. It's rocketed it out the board.
Well, Robert Thornton walks on to 500 miles. That went 500 paces.
100.
But there will be an element of frustration there
100.
for Robert Thornton because he had been pretty accurate when it came to the doubling stats. Now 9 missed, and those last couple of misses very costly because now we're level.
60. 140.
Well, that 140 just possibly gives him a bit of breathing space in this leg.
$100.
Coming up next, Richard Rolands takes on Aaron Gill. And Scott Baker and Jake Jones will round off this cycle of matches. Thornton's left himself on double 18 after 12. Decent leg this against the throw.
$100. Robert Car 36. Game shown the 5th leg.
13 dart breaker throw for Robert Thornton. A great response after missing a handful of darts. Double to go 3-1 up. It's Thornton now throwing for the match.
Game on.
For a 4-2 win and for 3 wins out of 3 and to have a vice-like grip on this group.
58.
Yeah, Thornton just trying to keep that intensity, but it kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, that sometimes you can be too focused and possibly put too much into it.
55.
Especially when you know that, yes, you're winning, but it's not comfortable. It's not quite all clicking.
$100.
He'll feel it in the back of his mind, and this is the way Robert thinks, and so I'm not saying anything out of turn here, but he'll feel like, to a certain extent, he may feel like he's getting away with it, because that's the kind of the high standards he expects of himself. He always
60.
expects himself to be in and around that 85-90 range, game in, game out, doubling to be at a decent extent. He'll feel like he's playing like this and getting over the line in games that
101.
he may feel in other points he'd probably not get close to winning, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he'll take it.
And I think the kind of switch, the flip side of that is the fact
81.
that I'm sure Robert Thornton has been the player that has played very well and still got pipped at the post as well. That's how it is in darts.
Well, now he's beginning to make some waves. Decent last leg, 62 left after 12 in this. And this is the class of quality of a Fawn that has been that in many a side over the course of his career. And he's got plenty of time from this 62 to wrap up a 4-2 win.
37.
Oh, yeah, but dragging it in the 5 now. We'll have to spurn a dart. to get himself back on a double. You can see him in the background raising his hands.
85, Rob the car 25.
Well, this to get the job done. 17 double four is the MO25 for Robert Thornton. Is it going to be the MO2 success? Yes.
Robert Thornton.
Yes is the answer. And for Robert Thornton, that is 3 wins out of 3 to kick off his Group C campaign. These two have a really nice affinity with one another, and the almost tickling tap of a handshake is back. Thornton a 4-2 win over George Munos. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Robert Thornton made it 3 wins out of 3, getting the better of George Munos by 4 legs to 2. Match number 8 is a meeting between Richard Rolands and Aaron Gill. This is a halfway point match in this afternoon session in Group C. 7 games gone.
First leg,
games
Richard
remaining
is first.
in terms of this particular group. Rolling to get us underway. 1-1, lost 1 so far. Won his opening match by 4 legs to 0 against Jake Jones, average of 91.09, 4 from 6 in terms of his finishing. It was a really good opening display from Welshie, but would lose 4-2 to George
140.
Munos in his second match. Aaron Gill also on 2 points. He lost 4-1 to Robert Thornton, but it's been very much a Jekyll and Hyde kind of day so far for Aaron, because defeat in the first one, but a better performance in game number 2, where he got the better of Jake by 4 legs to 1, average of 86.54, 50% in terms of his finishing, 4 from 8 when it came to his doubles. So, truth be told, we don't quite know what to expect from this game.
100.
No, and again, that feels like the theme from throughout the Group C campaigns of the players so far. Rolands will be looking to draw on all the experience he's had here. Rolands has picked up a title this year, won over what we're calling the Welsh Classic, but I quite like the Wenglish Open. You know, it's the Welsh Classic held in Bristol.
So you're telling me that Richard Rolands won the Welsh Classic?
Yes.
45.
Richard Rolands won the Welsh Classic in Western-super-Mare. Sounds like one of those tongue twisters,
Richard
doesn't it?
128.
Anyway, 1-2-8 here for Richards. Doesn't have to go the 18s. Not going to go the 18s. And he was looking for another treble there to leave himself double 4.
104.
Well, he's going to leave himself on 2 12s when he comes back. It's been a proficient enough start from Double R.
100. Richard Carr 24. Game shown the first leg, Richard Rolands.
Proficient start, proficient finishing for
Second
Richard
leg, Aaron
Rolands.
through first. Game on. $180.
There's been glimpses of patches from Aaron Gill. I had a max in his game against Robert Thornton. Finds one here.
Sometimes it's the measure of a dart player as well, is when you do suffer a disappointment, because I'm sure Rolands would have expected to have put in a better performance against Munos.
180.
But this, back-to-back 180s from Gill.
Well, to quote the great Nigel Pearson, where's he found this from?
$95. Aaron Newcar 141.
Treble 20 found. Oh, just misses the treble 19. I mean, Keegan did message you and say he has hit
94.
a 9-darter at Super League. It's well within the repertoire.
Oh, he's going to come back for 47 to square the game up at 1 apiece. Rolands hits back with a max of his own.
47.
Does leave him on a finish. And he is going to get a look at the 167 for 2-0.
167.
Treble 19. Not found either, but it's got a bit messy for Gill. 7 darts
99.
into a perfect leg and left on 15 after 12 darts.
$12. Richard Ducar 68.
But those chances for Aaron have come and gone, and so Roland's back here for 68. 1 dart. And 1 dart only at double 16.
36. Aaron Newcar 3.
Single number found, but that's awkward. Has to move across the oche to try and open up an angle.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Great find with the last dart in hand.
Third leg, Richard through first. Game on.
I think, is a smile of relief. You go 7 darts into a 9 dot leg. I imagine the adrenaline's pumping, and then you find yourself leaving yourself 15,
45.
then leaving yourself 3. You just think, right, sort it out. Let's start again.
And meanwhile, your opponent is just catching and catching and catching.
60.
But we are back on level terms at 1 apiece.
$47.
Shall
we
get to the answer of the tungsten teaser?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the question was, Phil Taylor at the 2009 European Championship, which of course gets underway the team, not the 2009 edition, the 2025 edition.
96.
Broke the record for highest ever tournament average. He averaged 111.54 for the tournament. We asked what was his lowest average in the tournament. Well, that came in the final against Steve Beaton, who he still absolutely decimated 11-3. Beaton averaged 97.16, but he couldn't touch a certain Phil Taylor,
45.
who had averaged 109.35, and that was his lowest average in the tournament.
61.
Highest average in that competition was in the quarterfinals against Gary Anderson, where he averaged 118.14 in a 10-3 win against the Flying Scotsman, who averaged 106.12, and that was only good enough
55.
for Trois Legs.
$60.
Yeah, they're absolutely astronomical numbers.
It ended up being Steve Beaton's last major final, that.
$43. Alan your car, 120.
Tops for a breaker throw.
Game on the third leg, Aaron
Gill
Gill.
does pin the 120.
Fourth leg, Aaron to through first. Game on.
Well, 3-ton plus checkouts in this session. Aaron Gill is responsible for 2 of them. The 120 joins the 110 that he
60.
had to win his solitary leg against Robert Thornton.
$85.
Both these players
87.
have picked up a win each, both sat on 2 points, so this is a real opportunity to someone to move up into second place on 4 points. Obviously, Thornton having won 3 from 3, he sat comfortably at the top.
59. $140. $85.
Good adjustment with the last start from Richard Rolands.
54.
But again, it's Gill. He's first down to a finish. And Rolands is one of those players, isn't he? He's got that more methodical approach. And I think when you're a player, when you play with rhythm, then you have to adjust to players
100.
that just are more methodical.
160.
For another ton plus checkout, double top.
120.
Just higher the mark, but he has got time on his side. Oh, this Would be interesting if we could find another treble here because it piled the pressure on Aaron.
100. Out of your car, 40.
He's got 3 more at tots, so 3-1 lead.
Wild first start, so it's double 16 for a
Gain
3-1
shot on the fourth
lead.
leg, Aaron Gill.
Aaron Gill does go within one of the match.
Fifth leg, Richard to throw first. Game on. $58. $80.
Don't forget, if you want to get in contact with us here at the Super Series, you can do. Any comments, thoughts, observations at MSS Darts, we will read some of them out throughout the course of the afternoon session.
140.
I do see some breaking news just coming through. Having a scroll through social media. Johnny Clayton has renewed his contract with Modus Sports. The Ferret 2 is having a fantastic 2025, and he's going to be very much in the Premier League conversation again, you get the sense, the Ferret.
It's always
98.
a bit of a headache when it comes to picking the players that go to the Premier League, but I think this year, well, next year, it's going to be one of the most difficult conversations of all.
100. $59.
That looks inviting. Very inviting indeed. Finds his third maximum of the match, and what a time to find it.
146.
Finding a level here, 86 average, and I'll tell you what, the way this group's going so far, that's going to be more than enough. Rolands unable to find a 146, and so Gill looking at 81 for a second consecutive win and another
60.
decent enough
Out of your car,
performance.
81.
He's just beginning to find something here. Double 12 to wrap it up. Double
Gain shot on the
12
match, Aaron Gill.
found for 4-1 win, average just under 87. Doubling decent as well, 4 from 11, and he had the 120 as well. A 4-1 victory for Aaron Gill means that he is 2 wins out of 3 to kick off his campaign. He looks very happy, and so he should be. Coming up after the break, Scott Baker takes on Jake Jones. a double 16 to become the tour champion. To end a fairy tale year of return of a title, double 4. WADC Windmill Championship Tour winner, Gemma Hayton!
100.
But that is a visit of a champion. For the chance nonetheless, this will be the first topper of the Championship Tour finals.
She has double 19, Shanghai in the 19s. And she does so.
Game started.
But she only needed the one.
Gemma Hayton.
Of ADC Global Champion, the African Warrior, Devon Peterson! Every single dart to the Global Championship will be live here on Pluto TV. The draw for that will be on Saturday the 1st of November at 7 p.m. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is the person responsible for picking the balls out of the bag. So tweet him if you don't get the draw that you want. The 22nd of November at 12:30 sees the third edition of the Women's Tour Championship. Gemma Hayton is looking to defend the title that she won 12 months ago. Lisa Ashton's the #1 seed, and it'll be live with you on Saturday, the 22nd of November, 12:30 kickoff for that one. Starting on December the 1st, it's the second edition of the ADC Global Championship. £150,000 up for grabs, with £60,000 going to the winner. 56 players vying for that jackpot and a place in the darting history books. Well, here we are 8 games through the session, and before the break, so Alan Gill get the better of Richard Rolands by 4 legs to 1. Scott Baker and Jake Jones is match number 9 of the day in terms of the league standings. Scott's looking to move himself onto 4 points in the group. A win of any description would see him leapfrog Aaron into second spot. They're all chasing the tail of Robert Thornton, who takes on Richard Rolands in game 10 of the session.
Game on.
Baker to get us underway here in match number 9 in his
100
traditional mod colours, emblazoned in the red, white and blue, whilst for Jamie, more of a... For Jake, sorry.
140.
Are you just making up names today?
60.
I don't even know a Jamie Jones. That's the worst bit. At least the last time I butchered a player's name was because it was a phone contact of mine.
180.
As Jake passing a max. Shall I just stop?
97.
Scott Baker just running back there, dropped a flight. Possibly that flight that we saw bounce out the board when it was hit with the other dart. It was a strange throw, wasn't it, from Scott Baker early on?
41.
Yeah, it's the type of thing you could try 100 times and wouldn't be able to execute. Well, there it goes, popping off again.
135. Jet your car, 140.
It's like that song from the Lars, isn't it? There it goes. There it goes again.
100. Scott the car 109.
Scott Baker finds himself under a bit of pressure early doors. Jones down to a double, but it's double 16.
Getting shown the first leg,
And
Scott
that
Baker.
is a beautifully taken ton plus check out for Scott Baker.
Second leg, Jake to through
His
first.
second of the session, the 109 joins the 120. Not overly enamoured with what he's seen thus far.
$60. $139.
Now, you asked so nicely for some fun facts, Laura.
Prove that I asked, honestly.
Now,
100.
Scott Baker is from Tipton in the Black Country. So, let's have some fun facts about the Black Country. Because there's several fun facts, including
60.
the forging of the Titanic's anchor, being the birthplace of the first successful steam engine, and the inspiration behind
100.
J.R.R. Tolkien's Mordor. It's also known for being a UNESCO Global Geopark, having rare modernist
80.
buildings at Dudley Zoo, and being a major industrial hub. In fact, large sheets of glass for the Crystal Palace were made in this particular region.
121.
The name of the first steam locomotive in the US, the Stourbridge Lion, was built in 1828 by a
41.
firm from the Black
Get your
Country.
car 120.
They maybe weren't so much fun, but they are facts.
$45.
Loose last start there for Jones. Knows he'll be back for 75, but could have been a
97.
lot
Get
more
your car
straightforward.
75.
It's double top.
Getting shown the second
It's a
leg,
level
Jake
game
Jones.
at one apiece.
Third leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
But they genuinely reckon the industrial landscape of the Black Country may have inspired
85.
the region of Mordor in the Lord of the Rings books. It's also considered the home of the Peaky Blinders, with much of the show filmed at the Black Country Living Museum.
45. $100.
So far, this is a much more improved performance for Jake Jones. Just the second leg that he's picked up today,
55.
but both players averaging in excess of 91.
$60.
Yeah, far more productive game this between the pair. Baker, you expect to kind of play
59.
around this sort of level on a consistent basis. Hasn't quite happened for him so far today.
100.
But maybe as the games go on and as time goes on and as the sharpness goes on, when he just begin to find something. And we're going to see something, I think, similar to Matthew Edgar tonight, where we'll find out where
85.
his game's at.
Got the
Might
car,
take him a couple of games to
156.
get going. Nice opener against Fallon Sherrick. I'm sure he'd be wanting to put that one back in the hat. The way
78.
Fallon's been playing in the minutes. Played some excellent stuff at the women's series of the weekend. Just immovable object of Bo Greaves standing in her way.
Yeah, what an exciting prospect 2026 is when Bo
140.
Greaves
Got
goes
the
and
car,
joins the Pro
78.
Tour.
I bet everybody else in the women's series cannot wait for her to get in the top 64 as Scott Baker looks at double 12.
54. Jake your car 117.
It's a big opportunity here for Jake Jones, and that's a perfect first single for tops.
97. Scott the car 24.
So Baker looking at double 12. Baker looking at the double dozen. Double 6.
12. Jake to car 20.
And now 1 from 6 in terms of his finishing.
Getting shot on the third leg, Jake Jones.
No issues with the finishing this time for Jake Jones. Doubles his leg tally. 2 lengths to 1.
$60. $45.
Yeah, but Scott Baker, he started off the Group C action in his match against Munos, which he won comfortably, 4 legs to 0. Came unstuck against Robert Thornton. This group to me is there's so little
81.
between them in terms of, you know, everyone's beating everyone. It's one of those groups again that you could see perhaps Robert Thornton, he's positioned himself at the top and could run away with that first place. But the rest of them, I think it's going to be a real fight for that second
60.
spot.
If you get 4 points overnight, you're not out of the group by any stretch of the imagination, because as you say, you just get the feeling there's going to be a bit of moving and shaking tomorrow.
60.
And that's just you dancing in the commentary box. Okay, I can see it. You guys can't. It's not dancing.
$60.
It's not quite the Christmas do.
100.
My goodness, there's some terrible dad dancing at the Modus Super Series Christmas do, I may say.
Well, there's nothing terrible about these darts from Jake Jones. Scott Baker in a bit of trouble.
60. Jake to car 96.
So Jake Jones here looking at 96 to go 3-1 to the good. 2 darts in hand, a double 18. 2 9s.
87. Scott to car 155.
He gave Baker
60.
the respect who was on a 155 finish by going for double 9, but now needs to find the single for the double. And it is double 4.
5. Scott to car 95.
So 95 here for Baker. Goes bullseye first, finds the bullseye, which means a dart at double
75.
top, which just goes underneath the
4.
wire. For 3-1. Well, that might well be inviting. Now the madhouse.
2. Scott to car 20.
Well, Jake Jones in this
Yeah,
leg
he's on
had
the
plenty
forefront,
of
Scott Baker.
opportunity to go within one of a win. Now Scott
Fifth
Baker
Scott to
punishes.
third
It's
first.
2-all. There's
Game
a
on.
shake of the head from Scott because he knows that was a leg that was gifted to him.
100.
Well, we haven't yet seen a game go to a last leg decider yet. I just get the sense that maybe this one could.
59.
Yeah, for me, this is an important leg
55.
for Jones. It's how he responds to the disappointment of missing all those darts at a double.
$125. $45.
Oh, that flight again.
Yeah, I think there's
81.
perhaps some work needs to be done. Like I say, it's probably the stem that's got loose where it's been hit by the other dart. Then it just clips the other's darts when it goes into the board and it just flies off. He's not only getting in his steps, he's getting in his squats. This is a complete workout for Scott Baker.
Sorting his Strava out.
60. 140.
Well, Scott Baker will be hoping that previous game is just a bit of a hiccup and he's able to get himself back on track here. 2-1 down, but could be
95.
3-2 to the good.
61.
Jones missed darts to go 3-1 to the good. Is he about to be punished severely for it? Double 18 for Baker, now double 9.
43. Jet to car 81.
Two in hand, it's double 12.
Game
Double 12 is found. And now Jones once again breaks the throw. He's got the darts here for the match.
3-2 to the good and has the darts here to convert a 4-2 victory. His second victory. And it would be a victory which would put him into the top 2 positions of... No, it's not. No, it's not. It'd be his first win of the group.
83.
Yeah, up to this point, it was just a solitary leg that had gone the way of Jake Jones.
100. $60.
Yeah, this would be Jake Jones's first win of the day. Getting myself a little bit carried away. I looked at because I was looking at the table. I was looking at something completely different. That was why. Anyway, 1-2-1 to get said first win for Jake Jones.
45.
Yeah, it was sensible play. He didn't have to chase the treble 17 for the ball, but I think would have wanted a bit more off that throw.
94. Jet to car 76.
So this for the match and to complete a 4-2 victory. 71 left. Treble 13 would have given him a data double 16. And so
36.
Baker, to give us a
84.
full complement of legs in this match, is having a look at 84. Dart the bull to save it. Bull!
35. Jet to car 40.
Some more match darts here for Jake Jones. Jake Jones does pin tops, picks up his first win of the day, and it is a 4-2 victory over Scott Baker. Both players now with a win to their names, and this the tale of the tape. And coming up next, Robert Thornton will be taking on Richard Rolands.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Usher losing his cool a little bit here.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series champion, Jeff Smith.
Nine games down, 3 rounds of fixtures completed, and this is what we've seen so far. Before the break, Jake Jones got the better of Scott Baker by 4 legs to 2. So this is the table. And as you can see, Robert Thornton and Aaron Gill, the debutant, the top 2 players in the group. Everybody else on 2 points in the group following the end of 3 rounds worth of play. So let's resume the action with Robert Thornton, who can open up a 4-point lead on second place, but perhaps importantly open up a 6-point gap on third right now. If he can get the better of Richard Rolands in game number 10, the first match of the 4th cycle of games on this Thursday afternoon. For Robert, well, in terms of results, he's been pitch perfect so far. You still feel as if there's plenty of levels to go by way of his level of performance, but the importance more than anything is to get the points on the board, and note that at this present moment in time, it's exactly what he's doing.
But this to me has got a different feel to it in terms of the game and the lineup. Both these players were active on the World Seniors, met twice. It's 1 win apiece. It was Richard Rolands that got the better of Robert Thornton in the 24 edition of 60. The Champion of Champions. And Robert Thornton beat Richard Rolands in the 24 World Seniors Masters. So these guys, they've played each other. They know each other. Sometimes that just gives it that little bit of a different edge when you're playing someone that you know. And it sounds awful, but you really do want to beat them.
And particularly when you consider the stages that they've played on against one another. It's not as if they played a few times on the floor and you kind of go, yeah or meh about results. And you're playing on the big stage like that, they almost count for double those types of results in head-to-heads.
26.
Let's just have a look at Richard's equipment, shall we? Because it looks like there's a bit of a tinkering with his setup. And it looks like particularly the flight, not quite sure about the stem, but definitely the flight has changed.
60.
Going back to something that we've kind of seen more traditionally from RR.
60.
He had he had the perfect start. He is the player that has so far had the highest average, had a 4-0 victory over Jake Jones, just over a 91 average. But then since then, lost 4 to Munos, and then lost 4-1 to Aaron Gill.
81.
So you get to that point as a player, and if you do have a different flights, different stems in your case, you do start tinkering.
And I think the biggest surprise was, I think when he
99
got off to such a good start, I think we kind of expected that sort of level, something akin to that sort of level to continue. I don't think we
45.
sort
Richard
of
Ducar,
envisaged
60.
the type of drop-off that we've seen from that particular performance in Game 1.
Safe dart finds tops,
Getting shot on
and
the first
second
leg,
dart
Richard
finds
Rolands.
double 10 for an early breaker throw for Richard Rolands.
Second leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
Almost embarrassed to hit it and almost embarrassed to look at Robert square one in the face after that. Robert would have seen the funny side, but my goodness, he'll tell you all about it after.
$17.
Yeah, and I think in a group like this, with Roland starting off as strongly as he did, I agree with you that it was about an 18-point
36.
drop off in terms of average. That's where the surprise comes from. Not necessarily the results, because I think this is a group where anyone can beat anyone else. But the fact that the standard of play dropped so dramatically from game 1 to game 2.
And you can tell that he's found wanting and searching just because of the change of his setup.
58.
The worst thing sometimes you can do when you're playing darts is if you give yourself something to think about, something to worry about, because when it starts going wrong, you're like, oh, here we go again.
140.
Then the frustration builds, and then you're not concentrating on. You kind of want to concentrate on just throwing. You don't want to think about anything else. And for the players that are struggling, I think that is in the back of all their minds.
And you compare one to the other as well, which just adds another layer of thinking to
100.
what is already a complicated enough game. For Robert, well, you don't really see that from
26.
him. The setup that he's got now has been pretty much the same for the last, 10, 15 years or so. Amazing to think that it's 18 years since his first major triumph at the
57.
Video World Masters back in 2007.
$96.
Thornton just trying to chip away, but a couple of trebles here from Rolands. He will be first down to a finish.
$140. $95. Richard Ducal,
So
129.
129 for Rolands. A horrible finish this, because you need, if you hit the treble with the first dart, to be perfect there on in. But treble, having missed dart 1, would have left the dart at the bull. And so Thornton looking at 108
93.
to level this
Roland
game up at 1
108.
apiece. He's going to have to take it out, because Roland's left himself on a double here.
Yeah, it's double 18.
Game shot on the second
108
leg,
is
Robert
found,
Thornton.
and a big reaction from Robert Thornton. He knew that was
Third
a
leg, Robert
must
through
hit, and
first.
great,
Game on.
great to see the camaraderie between the two.
Shanghai 18s, and Thornton is back on level terms in this game.
45.
Just a reminder that this is session 1 of 2
57.
today, because we are back from 10 o'clock tonight, and we'll be with you on air on Pluto TV until 1:30 in the morning, bringing you all
58.
the action across 10 matches in Group B. Daniel Larson, Tom Sykes, Matthew Edgar, Fallon Sherrick and Paul Hogan will all be in action for your darting entertainment.
Yeah, and
140.
you need to try and pick 3 that go through from Group B out of those 5, and that is it could be any one of them.
45.
Genuinely too hard to call. There's some groups you look at, in the back of your mind you think, that, maybe that, probably not that, could be that. There's just no guessing. It's all up in the air. Basically, just
100.
chuck 5 balls up in the air and see which one lands first. Let's really see what the bookies make of
100.
tonight's group.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's much between them. And like this match, not much between these two, but Richard Rolands here looking to put some distance between himself and Robert Thornton and find another break.
I think you'll be surprised. So I'll go through the odds for Group B in the next leg.
60. Richard Ricard, 64.
That's all I can say. I got no words. Double 8.
Doesn't
go, but Rolands has plenty of time.
$171.
Yeah, it's a great reply from Robert Thornton, filling up the treble 19 bed. That raise of the hands, he thinks it's too late in this leg.
Game show on the third leg, Richard Rolands.
And he's right. Richard Rolands finds another break.
Fourth leg, Richard through first. Game
now,
on.
I've just had a look at the odds of Group B, and they make no sense. Absolutely no sense. Now, Tom Sykes 7-4 favourite. I can get behind that. I can live with that. Larson 2-1 second favourite. Perhaps understand. Paul Hogan third favourite 10-3.
62.
Matthew Edgar fourth favourite 7-1. Fallon Sherrock 10-1 outsider. I'm not having that. I'm not having it. No, not one bit.
60.
Genuinely, I would have had them all a lot closer.
To be honest, I would have probably...
85.
I probably would have shifted Fallon into the 10-3 position in the betting and then moved Hogan and Edgar down one. So Hogan probably 7s, Edgar 10. I mean, you're asking a guy who quite literally messaged me this morning and says, I haven't got a clue what's going to happen tonight. 3 points better off than somebody who's made 2 finals in the women's series of the weekend. Not for me.
92.
I think that's your bit of value tonight. 18 plus, gamblerware.org if you're going to have a flutter.
Talking of odds, Richard Rolands in this fourth leg looks odds-on favourite to go within 1.
81.
Robert Thornton just hasn't had too much of a reply. He's had that beautiful 108, the Shanghai on the 18s, but didn't quite spark him into life when it came to those big power
95.
scores.
95 acquired, and with Thornton not on a finish, doesn't have to go all out for it. So he's gone up for the 60. Now that leaves 35. Double 16 for 3-1. Full control of the game. And one away from victory and to condemn Robert Thornton to what would be his first defeat of the group.
$43.
Yeah, the one thing you know about Robert Thornton, though, he'll keep battling away. But this performance from Richard Rolands
59.
is very much more akin to what we saw in that first match.
56.
He's rediscovered that touch again, hasn't he, Rolands?
Genuinely, though, I think it's sometimes to do with your opponent. I think he's just up those levels because he knows he's playing Robert Thornton. He's been on the back end of losing on a big stage against him previously.
96.
Sometimes start players, and they don't mean to, but sometimes start players can take their foot off the gas when they perhaps
60.
think that the game's not going to be as difficult.
And I think when you're playing someone like Robert, he's someone that you just instantaneously pay the utmost respect for because of what he has done and what he continues to do.
Well, yeah, because of everything
70.
that Robert Thornton's done over his career. It kind of puts that big target on his back because everyone wants to play him, but everyone wants to play him and beat him.
56.
But I get the sense he's the type of player that embraces that. I think he's somebody that, when put up with a task, well, you kind of mentioned it earlier, you write him off, he likes to prove you wrong, and in anything he does, he likes to show that I can do that, I can do this.
140.
Well, in this particular fixture, he's found himself in a bit of trouble. Needs another.
98. Richard Ducar, 136.
So 136 here for Rolands to complete a 4-1 victory. 6 darts from here for Rolands to complete a 4-1 win in this contest.
And Robert Thornton has just been limited to the
100.
dart at double. Rolands has completely dominated the match, and Thornton still hoping he gets back to the hockey.
Richard Ducar, 36.
Well, this is for the match, and to end Robert Thornton's invincible streak.
Getting shown the match. Richard
Double
Rolands.
18 goes, and Richard Rolands is back on the board and back on the points. And for Robert Thornton, well, he's just been penned back in a little bit in this group. A 4-1 win for Richard Rolands. Jake Jones, George Munos is next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
First player to do it on a Saturday. It's on.
Double 12. Game shot on the third leg. Double top for Dubbridge. Terrific style. Yeah, really good week next week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I'm so looking forward to seeing Tomoya Goto make his debut here at the Live Lounge. Someone we've seen play so well at the Ali Pali over the last couple of years, has played well for his country, Japan, at the World Cup. Jeffrey Desvan, who only 7 years ago was a semi-finalist at the World Match Play Darts Championship. He's going to be making his debut here. The 9-dart man, Danny Van Tripe, he will be back. Derek Coulson returning once more. Group B sees Jamie Hughes, Mark Dubbridge and Mike Gillett in action. Tom Cromwell made a final the last time he was here. Barry Copeland's going to join him in Group C. Now that could be quite the week. And we're going to get underway on Monday morning from 9:30. Next up for us, Jake Jones takes on George Munos. For Jake, in terms of his day so far, he's on 2. In fact, both these players on 2 points. The winner will move on to 4 in the group table, following their 4th match of the group. And I don't really know, Laura, how to make heads or tails of this game, so I'm going to leave it to your capable expertise.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. And honestly, I think what I really liked from Jake in that last match, that 4-2 victory over Scott Baker, he just looked more focused, very much in control, better average,
Like
4 out of 12 on the finishing, including the 81 checkout to win. Munos's solitary win, that came a couple of games ago against Richard Rolands.
$100.
For me, if Jake Jones can just maintain that higher level of scoring that we saw in his previous match, his finishing, as we say, he had one leg where he couldn't convert, but the others were decent. Most of the missed doubles came
85.
in one particular leg. With Munos, he's been very, very good when he's left tops, but hasn't quite got the scoring power to match Jake.
140. $41.
As far as these two are concerned this week, this is the 4th meeting that this pair have had. They met 3 times in Group A, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. 2-1 in the favour of George
41.
Munos, winning the meetings on Monday and Tuesday. Monday 4-1, Tuesday 4-3. But it would be Jake Jones who would win the battle between the pair on Wednesday
100.
by a 4-legs-to-3 scoreline. Who knows? I might see another 4-3 here.
Yeah, we've had every single result to date. 4-0, 4-2, 4-1. Yet to see a game go the distance to that last leg decider.
You feel like we're overdue one.
95.
He's looking at
Jake
95
McCann,
to
95.
get himself off to the perfect start in this contest. His opponent all the way back at 180, so didn't have to attack it if he didn't so wish.
55.
And he'll leave himself tops when he comes back.
$43. Jake McCann, 40. Getting shot the first leg, Jake Jones.
No issue with tops for Jake Jones. Takes the opening leg.
Second leg, George to through first. Game on. 95.
He's beginning to discover something here. Really beginning to discover something here. It was a much improved display against Scott Baker in his previous match. And he's got off to a real quick start here. 16 darter to win his first leg,
100.
kicking off leg 2 of a max against the throw. And he's suddenly really wrestled all air of authority on this match. And look at him go here.
140.
180 backed up with a 140. Almost threatened the 9, missing dart number 5.
89.
And he really is beginning to find his range right here, right now.
$100. $100. Jake car 81.
Munos now also down to a finish, but Jones has already hit this one today. 1 dart at the ball.
33. Georgia car 117.
And so Munos looking at 117 to square the contest back up at 1-1. Finds a 17, double top for a tub plus check out.
97.
Well, just
Junior
drops
car 48.
underneath the intended target. So Jones for 2 zip, 2 darts. The target his opponent's just missed.
Getting shown the
And
second
he
leg,
makes
Jake
no
Jones.
mistake whatsoever. 30 darts for the first 2 legs. Really good
Third leg,
display
Jake
this
is
so
with
far
first. Game
from
on.
Jake Jones, who is 2-0 to the good, averaging 100.2.
And as a player, this is one of the things
45.
that darts brings, that something can just click, something can just fall into place. And there you see, as Henry just described, first 2 legs, 16 and 14, averaging just over 100 for
45.
legs 1 and 2 combined.
Much more like it. Maybe he's just beginning to find that spark, lighting up his own personal
58.
blue touch paper.
Yeah, Munos as a player has represented Greece at the 2024 WDF Europe Cup.
60.
Ran into Danny Truman in the last 32.
$100.
As I'm sure you'd be able to attest to in South Korea not too long ago. There's no pressure quite like representing your country.
Yeah, it's definitely a different feeling.
95.
But yeah, I felt it really pushed me. It was an amazing feeling just to be able to put the shirt on and be with such a great team.
100.
I'm sure it was quite the experience.
Yeah, the darts and everything, that was fantastic. The place was wonderful, but I realised when I got out there, Korean food's not
35.
quite for me.
So when we do the Super Series in Seoul, you don't want the invitation. Okay, we get it.
98.
No, that's fine. I've become quite adept to finding any McDonald's in any country, anywhere. Other fast food chains are available.
Oh, you really are cultured, aren't you, Laura?
59. Jet your car 100.
Ton for Jones to open up a 3-0 lead in the contest. And to go one away from what would be the most comprehensive of victories. It's a comprehensive score as it is. It's a comprehensive performance. And he's added a ton checkout to the repertoire. 3-0 Jones and looking very, very comfortable.
Yes, finishing on top's been exceptional. 3 from 4, but that one that was missed was at the bullseye.
95.94, the
60.
average for Jake at this present moment in time.
Yeah, and not to jinx anything,
45.
but prior to this, Group A, within Group A, the highest average that Jake had found was an 87.5. It was running on around a 75. So just the last couple of matches just has been much
80.
improved in terms of performance.
$60. $60.
Well, George would be disappointed there because there was maybe just a little bit of an opening presenting itself. And if Jack can find a treble here, this game is back on it. Well, this leg, shall I say, will be back in a bit of an
58.
equal kilter. But bit of an off leg here. But he won't mind too much because it's against the throw. It's on George's darts. He would have an opportunity in the next, if he was to lose this leg, to serve the game out by a 4 legs
60.
to 1 scoreline. And who knows what legs difference could potentially mean in this group, because the way things are going at this present moment in time, there's not a lot to
41.
separate the 6 players in this group. So it could well be a case of those couple of legs won and lost here and there could be rather significant at this present moment in time. Jake Jones harbours a legs difference
95.
of -2. That's as live as now. So if he could win this 4-zip, he'd move on to -1. Rolands is on +2. Gill's on +3. He plays Baker in
41.
the next game. Baker's on
Georgia
2
Carl,
points and an
146.
equilibrialised legs difference.
It's a rather long word, Henry. Balanced for the rest of us.
It's a very long word when you've been struggling to say your words all day.
130.
Yeah, wonderful piece of setup play. And the one thing I have noticed with Munos is he does use the entire board to ensure that, he's leaving a favourable double.
85. Georgia Carr 16.
So 8-8 for Munos to get back onto the board. To give himself something in this contest.
8.
He's going to have to come back for 3 more double-4. Jones looking to apply as much pressure as possible and maybe see if he can nick a 4-0 here.
58. Georgia Carr 8. Getting shot on the fourth leg, George Munoz.
Does chalk up a leg, but it's now down to Jake Jones, who,
fifth leg, Jake to through first.
after having 3 very strong legs to lead 4 legs to 0, just dropped off the pace in terms of scoring in that 4th one.
However, this is the leg in which he has the darts in
100.
to get the job done. He's got 2 chances to win the game on throw. He doesn't really want the last one because it means we've gone all the way.
Well, from his point of view, it's the leg difference, as
100.
you mentioned already. That's all important. And I feel as we're going tomorrow, it could play a factor in who qualifies.
Yeah, best case scenario in this game is now 4 points -2 for Jake
100.
Jones in that particular department.
$60. $96. $60.
Jones trying to search out a big treble.
57.
Wired all 3. What Munoz can do from this position now, try and find some big trebles of his own, but
60.
just
Jamie
hasn't
Carroll,
had that much of
148.
a reply.
Well, this, to wrap it up, 6 darts and 1 for 8. May only need the 3. For the second dart to treble 20 goes a begging, but
96.
next best prize is to leave himself on a single to double to wrap it up.
$100. Total car 52.
Double 16.
20.
Two
Georgia
match
car
starts squandered, and
121.
Munos on 1-2-1, and we have seen him hit a few 10+ finishes this week.
Double 14 to keep the game going.
93. Total car 32.
And so this for Jake Jones to wrap it up for 1, double 16.
Getting shown the match.
And it
Jake
goes,
Jones.
and it is a 4-1 win for Jake Jones, and he's just beginning to find something here. He could be dangerous as the day comes towards its culmination. He's beaten George Munos by 4 legs to 1, and when we come back after the break, it's Aaron Gill and Scott Baker. Skate 12 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Thursday afternoon, and it is a meeting between Aaron Gill and Scott Baker. Before the break, Jake Jones got the better of George Munos. That was by a 4-1 scoreline. For Aaron, he can move on to 6 points, level at the top. And actually,
first leg, Aaron to throw first.
if he can win this game by
Game on.
2 legs or better, he would actually leapfrog Robert Thornton to the top of the group ahead of
47.
the final round of matches. And all of a sudden, Robert Thornton's got a dangerous game on his hands in game 13 as he takes on Jake Jones. He's just beginning to find
45.
his touch a little bit here. For game 12, a meeting between Gill and Baker. And for Scott, you
55.
get the sense that this is a huge game just to kind of get him back going again, because if he loses this one, then there's a potential that 4 points behind
57.
going into the final game of the first day could be a long way back for him potentially.
I agree. I think this is a big game really for both
100.
players, but for Scott Baker especially, because he won that opening match. He looked comfortable, but just hasn't been able to find that level of consistency for long enough to get across the line in any of his other matches. He does have one more left to go. Game 14, he'll take on Richard Rolands.
47.
And from what I've seen today with Richard Rolands, what he comes up on the stage and does anyone's guess, because we've seen the highs in the top 90s. We
99.
just saw him beat Robert Thornton 4-1, but then the others have been just off the pace.
I think the truth is, I don't think
60.
Richard Rolands knows what's going to
Scott Baker,
happen to
160.
Richard Rolands today. As Scott Baker looks at 160 for the first leg. He's got 6 from here. He's going to need the full complement of darts.
100.
He manages to squeeze the triple limit of his last to leave himself on 60 when he comes back.
58. Scott Baker, 60. $20. Out on your car, 134.
That is always the danger when you throw that high. You're trying to avoid the obvious. You do not want to fall in the treble 20 bed. But
40.
Scott Baker
40.
has more chances.
Well, he's managed to get away with the situation, hasn't he? But can he convert the tops? Eventually he can.
Baker.
Skims into the top right-hand corner and Baker gets a break.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on. $82. $96. $85. $46.
If Scott Baker can find a way across the line,
100.
it makes really interesting reading on the table. It put 4 players on 4 points. Munos would be on 2, Thornton on 6, with 3 more games to go. Could be one of the closest tables we've
44.
seen in a while.
Certainly going to be congealed overnight.
137.
Remember, session 1 of 2 that we're bringing to you today, back from 10 o'clock for the
60.
beginning
Out
of
on your
Group
car,
B.
122.
As Gill looks at 1-2-2 to level the game up at 1 apiece. Needed to find the treble 18 there to
54.
give himself a dart at the
car,
bull, and so
130.
Baker for 2-zip. Trebles the bonus. There's the bonus, but there's not the double 5.
Out on the car, 68.
1 dart left in hand. It's double 2.
66. Scott Lucar, 5.
A big chance missed as Baker also looking at double 2 and
Being shown
finds the
second leg,
target.
Scott Baker.
2-0 to the good.
First.
And
game on.
Looking good so far, Scott Baker. Well, I say that, and then looks as if he's just feeling
100.
perhaps the cold a little bit.
$135.
The one thing you can't deny about this game, and it's to be expected, these guys play at some pace.
100.
Yeah, lightning rapid speed, this pair.
95. $59. 139.
Well, it was a tentative start from both players in leg one, but Scott Baker
60. Scott Dakar,
really does seem to be
132.
warming to the task now. 1-3-2 for a 3-0 lead.
Well, there's a 2 off.
42.
90 left.
60. Scott Dakar, 90.
Show 17. Won't be got. And so
50.
Gill here,
Alan Dakar,
1-2-2 to reduce
122.
the gap to 2-1.
$54. Scott Dakar, 40.
This for a double break for Baker.
Finish on the third leg, Scott Baker.
No mistake. 1 in 16 darts.
Fourth leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
Well, if Aaron Gill's going to win it, he has to win it 4-3 from this
28.
point onwards.
If you recall what you mentioned going into the match, if Aaron Gill could have won this by 2 legs, he would have jumped to top of the table. As it stands, this could do a lot of damage for his legs difference.
140.
Well, all of a sudden, Robert Thornton, who lost in his round of fixtures, if he could win the last, well, he'd be in a rather happy position
95.
because he would have kept Jake Jones on 4 points. Then you'd see Richard Rolands and Scott Baker ahead.
60.
Only one of them can move on to 6 overnight. There is a potential that he could have a 4-point lead from third place in the table going into Friday's action. If he wins his next game, there's a guarantee if Scott Baker wins this game that he will have a 2-point gap over third and 2-point gap over at least everybody else in the table.
87.
Big puff of the cheeks there from Gill. It's the big 19. So
97.
his attempt at the champagne shot. 1-3-2 required. Treble 19 would have left the ball. So Baker back for a match-winning opportunity.
64. Scott Dakar, 76.
76 for the match. 15 scored, so 61 left. The bullseye for the win.
51.
Just wide.
Alan Dakar, 68.
This to save his skin. Double 2. And this time
Game
double
on the
2
fourth
is
leg,
found.
Aaron Gill.
Now he has the opportunity to throw first. And this is how quickly
Fifth
games
leg, Aaron to
can
throw
turn
first.
around.
Well, wins this one back to
Game
3-2. Scott Baker's thrown to win the match again, but he's thrown for it under severe more pressure.
43. $99. $58. $140.
Scott Baker trying to make a charge for the finish line.
125.
Gill right behind him.
98.
I was looking for the 25 or
Scott Dakar,
ball.
164.
So Baker 164, 6 darts from here.
Well, not to be
84.
taken this time, but time is very much something to his aid. Leaves himself on 80 after just a dozen darts to wrap up
99.
a
Scott Dakar, 80.
comprehensive 4-1 victory. Gill is tiptoeing on his coattails if this tops does not go.
Game
But it's
showing
no
the match, Scott
mistake.
Baker.
And that's win number 2 for Scott Baker. And this is how quickly this table could change. He began the game
Scott Baker, 5th place in the table. He's now all the way up to 2nd. That is how things can very quickly change in Group C. Jake Jones, Robert Thornton's next.
First player to do it on a Saturday. It's on.
Double 12.
Game shot on the third leg.
Double top for Dubbridge.
Sure.
Twitted style. Here we go then, we're about to enter the final round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon, and before the break we saw Scott Baker get the better of Aaron Gill by 4 legs to 1. Jones takes on Thornton, Baker takes on Rolands, and Munos takes on Gill in the final round of matches. The table sees Robert Thornton at the top. He has a 2-point lead from 4 players on 4 points from 2nd down to 5th, and George Munos, a statuesque figure at the bottom of the table with just 2 points to his name. Robert Thornton can end the day with 8 points to his name. He'll do so if he gets the better of Jake Jones in game 13 of 15. And we are broadcasting to you this afternoon here on Pluto TV. But don't think that's the end of the action, because we're back tonight from 10 o'clock here to see how Group B gets underway. A group which features Tom Sykes, Daniel Larson, Paul Hogan, Matthew Edgar and Fallon Sherriff calling action. That's on 10 o'clock this evening here on Pluto TV, on your smart TV, your smartphone or your smart device, courtesy of the Pluto TV app, which is downloadable from your preferred app store. Pluto TV, stream now and pay never.
100.
This is the fourth meeting between these two this week.
60.
And it's actually Jake Jones who's got the better of Robert Thornton on a couple of occasions. And for me, the way that Jake has he's just upped the levels in the last couple of games. Again, this could be another slippery one for Robert Thornton.
Yeah, I think he'd be well aware of the fact that other players are just beginning to improve as the day goes along. We kind of mentioned the match that Robert may have felt like, to a certain extent, as good as he has been at times, he may have just got away with one or two here and there. He knows that now everybody's just kind of getting back up to scratch a little bit, but he's going to have to work just that little bit harder to pick points up. And Jake Jones probably the biggest example of which, because at the beginning of the day there was some real struggles, but his last couple of performances averaged 81.5 to beat George Munos, averaged 83, just under 84 to beat Scott Baker by 4 legs to 2. Evidence is he's getting better as the day goes on. And if we're going to be perfectly honest, if we've seen one thing from Robert in the past, it's sometimes the last game of a session, particularly a 5-game session, he can just begin to have a little bit of a wobble, hit a bit of a wall towards the end of these long sessions.
He was looking for the single one, which would have left tops, and now has made a bit of a mess of it. Yes, he's got time, but there is no way. Double 7 would have been the intended double to leave.
14.
Wasn't the intended double to leave, but it's the double that he has a look at nonetheless. And he's edging closer. He cannot edge his way in.
150.
The thing is, when you do leave a double like that, yes, you go for it, but it is tentative. You don't want to come inside, especially with that last dart.
100. Jet your car 14.
Well, in the last visit, it looked like he was contemplating the split before then going directly for the double 7. Splits this time, and he finds the double 1 in the end, and that is a look of a relieved man as he takes the lead by a leg to nil.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on. 134.
We keep talking about all the changes in the table. Obviously, people have shifted positions so many times throughout the course of today's action. And you look back to Game 7, Robert Thornton was sat at the top of the table on 6 points. And Jake Jones had no points to his name. In fact, up to that point, I think he only had 1 leg to his name. A win here, and I think potentially
44.
He could climb right back up the table and be level on 6 points alongside Robert Thornton.
Just having a look at the permutations now. Jake can win 100. This by a bit of a scoreline here. He could actually leapfrog Robert Thornton incredibly, but he'd have to win this 4-0, 4-1 to be able to do that.
100.
I think it has to be 4-0 because Robert's got 13 legs won, and Jake at
140.
This present moment in time has only got 10 to his name.
But it really would be some turnaround in
125.
In light of the fact that the first game went 4-0 down to Richard Rolands.
Picks off 25 his last start to leave himself on 56. Thornton, what kind of job can he do with a 98? He cannot find the triple 18, which would have afforded him a dart at double 12,
39.
and so that's a slip as well with the last. Jones back for 2-0.
36.
Over
Road to car
adjustment with the
59.
last start affords another opportunity here for Robert Thornton. Tops is the target
on the
for the
second leg,
Thorn,
Robert
and he
Thornton.
pins it. It is now one apiece.
Third leg, Jakes is through first. Game on.
Thornton knows that if he can get over the line here, then it's job done for the day. 8 points, and he puts himself
94.
in such a privileged position going into Friday's action.
68.
Both these players have the potential to leave this day's play on 6 points.
100.
And I'm pretty confident that the person that will be leaving this room, if Jake Jones does win, will be the happier of the two. To start off by winning 3 and then losing
58.
losing the last 2, you kind of leave on that negative point, even though you're in exactly the same positions points wise.
But I think he'll feel like there, but
60.
I think he'll feel like there was opportunity missed for Robert if he won his first 3, lost his last 2, because he looked in complete command, complete control of the group following the first
100.
3 matches. Now, Richard Rolands played very well against him. I was just underneath the 90 mark. Robert wasn't at the races. He can kind of live with that. But when you look at this one, both players playing at a fairly
60.
similar level. But there's been times where he could have really stamped his authority on this game, and he just hasn't been able to. And that's been part of the problem. There's been a few slips like that, which have just began
42.
to creep in as the day comes to a close. And at the present moment in time, he does look a little bit at one with himself.
$137. $80.
It was a good adjustment with the last, but it typifies what you were saying with those slips with the first 2. Jones will feel like he will have 6 from this position, only needs the 2. Make sure he doubles his legs to 2.
4th leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
And so Thornton with it all to do again.
81.
Just to give you a flavour of what's to come tonight, Fallon Sherrock kicks things off against Daniel Larson. Paul Hogan takes on Tom
95.
Sykes before Matthew Edgar makes his long-awaited return. And Primetime's first match back on the big stage is a meeting with Fallon Sherrock.
96.
Larson then takes on Hogan. Sykes takes on Edgar. Sherrock takes on Hogan. Larson, Sykes. Hogan, Edgar. Sykes, Sherrock. And
85.
Matthew Edgar will end the night against the Swede Daniel Larson.
$121.
A bit of a deflection with that last start, but again, Jones in a commanding position.
$90. Jake the car 144.
Well, there's the second treble, double 12 for 144. That
Game shot on the fourth
is out
leg,
the
Jake
top
Jones.
draw from Jake Jones. A 144 finish to go
Fifth leg,
3-1
Jake
to the
through
good.
first. Game on.
And that might well be a hammer blow to Robert Thornton.
And when you consider the stats that were posted by Jake Jones in Group 8, averaged for the first 3 days around
140.
75, just the 6 180s. Highest finish was 83, but he's already surpassed that twice today. He's had the
57.
ton, and now we've just seen the 144.
Well, that, without any shadow of a doubt, the highlight of his week so far.
$58.
And I do wonder whether for Thornton it'll be a case of, oh, Robert, come the end of play this
120.
afternoon. So it looks like he's going to have it all to do tomorrow. Fact of the matter is, in terms of the positioning in the group, he will at least be level with whoever the top place player is. He's not going to be behind on points. It may just be a legs difference job.
180.
Oh, maximum from Thornton. And look what's left, the 144. We've already seen that. Jones just pinned it.
100. Robert Carr 144.
Well, this would be an act of darting defiance and an act of darting irony in equal measure. For Thornton not up to the act of the 144 escapology act, and so Jones 146 for the win.
With
a real opportunity here to get everything back on throw. This would be a break. We can find tops.
Game show on the fifth leg, Robert Thornton.
And a real reaction there from Robert Thornton as well. It was a big dart. It was an awkward dart. The way that first one landed, had to move across the oche, had to find the angle.
Has the darts in his hand to take us to what would be a first last leg decider of the session.
$81. $49. $100.
Steady darts from Jake Jones. 81 backed up by a ton. Thornton firing back
95.
himself.
$38.
Is that the opportunity for Robert Thornton to forge ahead, to force a last leg decider?
135.
Potentially, because that 135 has left him a 1-2-1. And one thing you can never question about Robert Thornton is his tenacity. The way that he can just dig in, regardless of how the cards are laid. And he's got 6 on this point to take us all the way. And he's going to need the full quotation of 6 darts to ensure that for 85. The first time in this session, we go to leg 7. And he's left himself on double 18 to do exactly that.
Yeah, I think it was a slip with the last because we know how fond Robert Thornton is of tops. But 59. He's going to level it up. 36. Here's the required target.
No score. Jake Carr 120.
Yeah, frustration etched on the face of the Thorn.
Well, you wouldn't say this game has been as easy as 1-2-3 for Jake Jones, but it's the target that he wants to win it. And he's not going to find the treble 18, which would have given him a dart at the bull.
55.
And so Thornton here, double 18 36. To take us all the way to a last leg decider.
Double 9.
Game show on the sixth leg, Robert Thornton.
Clap of the hands, double 9 found. 3-all, we do go all the way.
7th and final leg, Jake, you through first.
First last leg decider that we've seen in this session. And it is Jake Jones who has the darts in his hand to end the day with 6 points to his name.
140.
And it's a strong start. And it's a slip already from Robert Thornton.
45.
It's frustrating. You can see it on Thornton's face. He's battled to get it back to 3 apiece from 3-1 down.
$60.
However, trebleless visit there means that a couple of trebles here for Thornton. This leg becomes interesting once again. But when I say trebles, I mean big trebles. And this is going disastrously wrong for the Fawn at exactly the worst time. And as you say, he's worked so hard to get himself back into the game. And yet, when it's got to the last leg, the important leg, He's just finding himself wanting, and he's opened up the door here for his opponent, Jake Jones,
60.
who, if he wins, would be on 6 points level with him at the top of the table. It would open up the door for one of Scott Baker and Richard Rolands to potentially top the table overnight, but that's a much better visit.
140.
Yeah, massive 2 treble visit, and you see him firing himself up at the back of the stage. We talk about the longevity of his career, but he's still got the
60.
passion and the fire.
I think he's one of them people, for as long as he can physically throw a dart, he will be throwing darts, Robert Thornton.
100.
Ton does leave him first to a finish, but Jake will hope he's on something more makeable. Ideally, 2-darter. Will leave himself on a 2-darter.
134.
He can leave himself
Replica
on
136.
something very makeable, single to double, unless Thornton could have taken out the 136.
Replica 47.
Yeah, misses the big single number as well, so Jones looking, finds the 7, tops for a 4-3 victory.
7.
And the clatters into the
49.
board, and Robert Thornton just needs to tidy it up. 49 required.
Well, there's only one way Robert will go for this.
We saw the intention, I understand, but 14 is the outcome.
The only way he'd go for 49 is by doing that and winning the match and finish the day on 8 points at the top of the group. Had to work hard, had to come back from 3-1 behind, but Robert Thornton dug in, as he so often does. He's such a granite player, such a granite individual, and he had to grind out that result, and he'll be so happy with the 8 points that he's picked up today, because it puts him in such a good position to go and qualify for Saturday night's final. That's how he did it. Coming up after the break, Scott Baker takes on Richard Rolands.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
Maguire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George Maguire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't
He
get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
We're on Pluto TV on this Thursday afternoon, and we've got 2 more matches to go in this afternoon session here at the Live Lounge. And next up and last up today for Richard Rolands and Scott Baker. The winner of this one will move on to 6 points in the group. A couple behind the man at the summit, Robert Thornton, who's made it 4 wins out of 5, 8 points to his name for the course of Thursday, having got the better of Jake Jones in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3 before the break. For Scott, it's been a bit of an in-and-out day. Won his first one, looked okay, lost a couple, won his last. For Richard Rolands, he's been similarly in and out.
First leg, Scott.
He's had 2 of the best performances that we've seen all session, but the couple of games either side were very, very dubious.
100.
You know, I think these players on reflection, they know where their limit. They know they perhaps haven't performed as consistently as well as they possibly could do, but we have seen some good stuff from them, and one of them is guaranteed to walk away on 6 points.
59.
And have a massive foothold going into tomorrow. And in fact, you think about the fact that this is going to be the first game that both players play on Friday as well. There's an opportunity for one of these players to move on to 8 points, stretch a 4-point lead from their opponent, and then all of a sudden Robert Thornton comes into view.
In the final match of this session, George Munos would take on
97.
Aaron Gill, and Aaron Gill's another player that could end up on 6 points overnight.
George Munos wins that game.
43.
Robert Thornton has had nigh on the perfect day. 8 points, 4-point gap from third position. Remember, top 2 from 6 qualify through to tomorrow night's final. Saturday night's final, sorry.
85.
Wishing the week away.
$80. $60. Scott Lucar, 153.
Scott Baker first down to a finish. He's got 6 from the 153. Going to need all 6.
41.
And he's not really cleaned it up, has he? Rolands here with a couple of trebles. All of a sudden becomes favourite to win this leg against Throat.
And that, I think, is something that perhaps throughout the session both players have been slightly guilty of having that lead, and then
112.
the setup play just hasn't been quite up to scratch.
And by hitting that 140, Rolands leaves
56.
himself on 60
Richard
to
Lucar, 60.
get the breaker throw in to take out the opening leg. Put himself in huge control. Give himself a real foothold, double 10. And it is found, and Rolands breaks.
Second leg, Richard is through first. Game on.
Scott Baker, from a position in that opening leg of looking relatively comfortable, was denied a chance
84.
at a double because, as we mentioned, the setup play Just allowed Welshie in.
60.
Well, the question is, will Richard Rolands win his last game and end his day on 6 points on the board?
45.
And I'm sure Richard Rolands would relish a Saturday night here at the
100.
Live Lounge once again.
Yeah, I think, you know, once you've had success here and you've been to finals night, and for Richard Rolands as well, you've picked up the trophy at the end of the night. You want that feeling again. You want to at least make sure that you're in contention and in finals night for Saturday. And you can make the same
100.
argument similarly for Scott Baker, who's made 4 semi-finals, never quite gone that extra game or two.
59. $125.
Well, good two-treble turn there for Richard. Just when the door could have perhaps been open for his opponent, he's kind of crowbarred it shut.
60. Richard Carr, 147.
And this is where if you're a pacey player like Scott Baker, you really do have to stand at the back, use your time wisely, just get prepared for the next throw, because
99.
Rolands is one of those players. He is more methodical. He will take his time when it comes, you know, when he had the slip into the 5 to readjust.
60. Richard Carr, 48.
Well, that a bit of a blip in terms of the mathematics there for Baker. And it's opened up the door here for Rolands. 48 for a 2-0 lead. 16 for double 16. Plenty of time in hand. Double 8. Well, he is going to need time, is
40.
Rolands.
Yeah, but this will be frustrating for Scott, because when he was stood at the back, he would have seen he's got 2 left.
60. Richard
Should
Carr,
have
8.
known that a switch would have been necessary.
Just complete moment of brain fog there for Scott Baker. But at this level, you get punished
on the
severely.
second leg, Richard
And
Rolands.
punished he is. And Rolands consequently opens up a 2-0 lead in this game.
Through first. Game on. $60. $140. $45.
You just sense that the rhythm that Scott Baker really does rely on, he's just not able to find it. We've said earlier on, when he gets that first dart right, he has the ability to follow the next 2 in, but because of the speed he throws at the adjustment, it's really off.
$60.
Well, that's more like it from Scotty B.
$140.
And there goes the stray flight.
I think that's happened pretty much on every single match that Scott Baker has played today.
I think they'll be added to the betting markets tomorrow, won't it? Will Scott Baker's flight pop off in a match?
60.
Odds on. 4-9.
$140.
Rolands needs a treble.
41.
And it's a wild last one. Lost all form with that last throw.
Double 18 for the 116, and it's not to be for Scotty B.
$100. Scott Lucar, 36.
Trying to work his way in too far. Double 9.
18. Richard Lucar, 100.
And this is a real chance for Richard Rolands. 100 required.
Tots.
36. Scott Lucar, 18.
Inside
10.
on the double 9.
Richard Lucar,
And so
64.
Roland's here looking at 64 to open up a 3-0 lead.
One dart, double 16. Just the one dart required, and he punishes the misses from Scott Baker.
Well, that is a real steal for Richard Rolands. Scott Baker's missed 6 darts in this game, and he's been duly punished for it. Rolands' his efficiency 50%, and now he has the darts in his hand to win this contest 4-0 to move on to 6 points. And should also be worth noting as well, if he wins this
45.
game by 4 legs to 0, he evaporates the positivity when it comes to Scott Baker's legs difference, because he'd be on +6, the best legs difference of any player in this group. And Scott Baker will be on a minus number, -1.
$100. $95.
Only 10 points between the two, but it's Rolands with the opportunity. He's trying to force
100.
the hand of Scott Baker.
$100.
Well, Roland's here, very much on the cusp. Fancy another hit. Gets another. He's himself on a finish where he needs just one treble to give himself a dart at a double.
140. Richard Lucar, 116.
Pressure from Scott Baker. But this, for a 4-0 victory, to see it off in style, needs the treble. Finds the treble, so it's double 18 for a 116 and a 4-0 win.
Scott Lucar, 106.
And so 106 here for Scott Baker to reduce the gap to 3-1, to get something on the board. 86 left. I was looking for triple 18 to leave double 16. And so Richard Rolands comes back looking at double 9 for 4-0 success.
Wrong side of the wire.
10.
Scott
Lucar,
Baker.
67.
Maybe able to breathe a little sigh of relief. Should be one dart at a double. That double is tops.
47. Richard Lucar, 8.
Well, he's had a dart to give himself a stay of execution. He's unable to take out double top. So Rolands will return for double 4 for 4-0. Down for double 2. Madhouse.
6. Scott Lucar, 20.
The type of darts that would take your breath away so far this afternoon. Baker, double 10. Don't go. Rolands around it off. Wants the madhouse.
So plenty of match-winning opportunities so far, and this time He does find the intended target. Double one pin for a 4-0 victory for Richard Rolands over Scott Baker. That moves Richard Rolands on to 6 points, second place on the table, just behind Robert Thornton. There is the tail of the tape, and our last game coming up next. George Munos against Aaron Gill.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darter tops for the match to win 4-1. And Darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Well, he got the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Well, we are getting ready for our final game of the afternoon. Yes, the culminating match of Group C on this Thursday. Before the break, Richard Rolands beat Scott Baker by 4 legs to 0. Our final match is a meeting between George Munos and Aaron Gill. So let's have a look at the permutations then in terms of this. So Munos can only get to a maximum of 4 points overnight. As for Aaron, if he wins this, then he's on to 6 points in the group.
Through first.
And he'd be right on the coattails of Richard Rolands. And he'd be only a couple of points adrift of the overnight table topper, Robert Thornton. So intriguing final game of the afternoon session for George. Well,
87.
Today's not quite gone to plan. If he's going to stand any chance you feel of qualified mode, particularly when you add in the factor of his leg difference being -7,
85.
he's going to have to win this game, you feel.
Yeah, although statistically, mathematically, anything can still happen tomorrow. I agree. I think if he's just on the one win, it's just going to be too much of a task, especially because you will have 2 players on 6 points if that is the way it goes. And of course, Robert Thornton at the top of the table on 8 points.
Well, you need Robert Thornton to pick up 8 points again. You beat Robert and he beats everybody else, and then hope that the results in the middle kind of marry up. That'd be the only way you'd be able to kind of get through with 12 points with just 2 overnight, you feel. Because that's the thing, if you lose this one, the maximum you'll be able to get to is 12. And
42.
You just feel that, particularly Richards, he'd win 3 out of 5 again on Friday. Is that kind of campaigner that kind of does the status quo in terms of points totals and points returns?
For Gill, a bit like Richard Rolands and Scott Baker, for me, it's been one of those days where we've seen some really solid stuff, including that 4-1 win with an 86 and almost an 87 average.
37.
But then we've seen legs and moments like this, and it's been very up and down for him.
Well, he's left himself tops after 12, but have a look at this as a response to Aaron Gill. Leads himself on 70, piles it on this tops.
Getting shown the first leg,
He's been so good on that target. Tops puts him on top.
Second leg, Aaron to throw first.
And
Game
Munos leads by a leg to 0.
So far today, every game that Aaron Gill has played in has gone 4-1 in one way or the other. And the 2 games that he has won have both been against the darts. If that is a trend that is going to keep on going, which I'm sure he hopes it will, then he needs to win from this point in.
60. $100.
And that's the thing, when you do keep winning and losing by the exact same scoreline, you're kind of wiping your face in terms of your legs difference.
140.
Get the sense tomorrow there's going to be a lot of moving about in terms of the
100
league table. Munos wins this. Nobody is out of it. Nobody's safe. Going
45.
into
Georgia Car 161.
action. 161 then for the Greek to open up a 2-0 lead. He's got 6 darts. He's going to need 6 darts.
83. $60.
I will say though, so far this is an inspired performance from George Munos.
Double top. 2-0, break a throw. And this is so handy right now from George Munos.
Third leg, George to throw first. Game on.
96, 97 average, 2 for 3 on his doubles. And all of a sudden, and I'm sure you'd be annoyed that it's probably coming later in the day than he would want, but all of a sudden, it's just beginning to click into place for George.
60. $119.
Whereas I think it's also fair to say, as much as we saw 2 really good games in the middle portion of the session for Aaron
60.
Gill, the ones either side of that have been rather questionable, have been rather susceptible and left him
83.
rather vulnerable. I think we're beginning to get the tag consistently considered. Which, look, it's not a surprise. We see this from many players that are playing on a stage like this for the first time, play a lot of stuff at Super League and county level.
25.
We know their capabilities, their makeup and things like that, but to take that next step, they just need to do it on a bit more of a consistent basis. And that's what an experience
95.
like this can do for someone like Aaron.
Yeah, how often do we say it? The takeaway that people get when they come here and play for the first time, especially if you haven't played As you mentioned, in front of cameras or in this kind of environment, it's absolutely
41.
invaluable.
$119.
Obviously, we quite often have players that have dropped off, say, the PDC Pro Tour, or people that have played on Challenge Tour or Women's Series, and even that is slightly more experienced and akin to what it's like here. If you've never done any of that, then this is totally
79.
alien.
Out of your car, 85.
Completely brand new experience. Well, this is to pull one back, and importantly, the game will be back on third if he finds his tops. He
Gains on the
does.
third leg, Aaron Gill.
85 check, cleanly taker, back to 2-1, back on throw.
Fourth leg, Aaron to through first. Game on. $140.
Aaron Gill here looking to turn things around. And it's kicked off leg 4 very nicely indeed.
$140. $43. $60.
Down to the very last in this Group C session.
$140.
And arguably, it looks like these two players have saved their best to the very last game of today.
$60. $43.
But this leg almost sums up how the day has gone for Aaron Gill. 140, 43, 140, 43, and it's the consistency.
100. Out of your car, 135.
And it would sum up his day if he was then to take out the 135, but he's not going to here.
63.
Munos
Georgia car,
without a
141.
ton plus checkout today. Now would be a good time to get one because it would mean to have the darts in the next to go and win it. But the 141 is off the table, off the cards. And so Gill will come back having a look at 72 to level up at 2-2.
$52.
Yeah, but that
Georgia
last throw,
car,
that
16.
setup play from Munos was exceptional. And it's now the man from Athens who's got the opportunity to go within one.
Getting shown the fourth leg, George Munos.
Well, there is the break, and now George Munos has the
Fifth leg,
darts
George
in
to
his
two
hand
first.
to
Game on.
complete a 4-1 victory and to end the day with a win which would put him onto 4 points, and it would open the group up completely by way of interpretation.
81.
Big pick off with the last. Forces Gill here into a decent turn, a decent visit.
76.
Advantage very much now with the Greek.
$100.
Gill, you feel, needs a couple of trebles just to get his nose in front. There's one.
100.
Has to settle for a ton.
$119.
Great recovery, because that first dart left things rather awkward for Munoz, but recovers with a couple of trebles to leave himself on 160 when he comes back
Georgia car, 160.
to win by 4 legs to 1 and to end the day with 4 points to his name.
I have been really impressed with the way that Munoz uses the entire board. His board management is exceptional.
75. Out on your car, 144.
Well, we've seen this already today. That was on Jake Jones. It's not going to be followed up by Aaron
58.
Gill. And so Munoz
Georgia car, 85.
looks at 85 to complete a 4-1 success. 66 less, 16 for the bull. Treble leaves himself double 9. The bullseye for the win.
39.
Well, that was
On your
close to
car,
2 crease in
86.
the bull.
Now Gill needs the ball for 3-2.
61.
It's a great
Georgia car,
effort.
46.
However, Munoz will be back. 46 required for a 4-1. Oh my. Oh my indeed.
14. Out on your
Well,
car,
that
25.
has veered. Ah, the old treble 1 double
Getting
11.
on the fifth leg.
Love that
Aaron
route. Favourite way to go for 25. Back to 3-2.
Six leg Aaron to through first.
We saw the
Game
plan
on.
and the execution in the end. It all turned out okay. But you feel for Munoz there. That was a
60.
golden opportunity to wrap things up.
Yeah, he's had a couple of opportunities and he's not been able
85.
to put best use to him.
$100.
And all of a sudden, Aaron Gill in the background's thinking, right, you had a couple of contentious darts to beat me, pal. And now I'm going to try and see what pressure I can put on you.
55. $59. $41.
It's a real musical chime when Munoz's darts hit the board.
It's like a flicker of a
43.
triangle, isn't it? I was very good at playing the triangle.
I can believe that.
43.
It's actually grade 2 in trumpet, genuinely.
98.
Like a little version of the Lurpak man. Well, Gill is down to a finish, but Munoz still piling on the pressure.
141.
For a last leg decider, strays wide, but Munoz is going to need a big one if he's going to
101.
win
Georgia
this
car,
game right here,
137.
right now.
Yeah, the 137 not going to go. So Aaron Gill, every opportunity here to level things up at 3 apiece to force
57.
the last leg
Out on your car,
decider.
40.
Double top, down for double 10.
Getting shown the sixth leg. Aaron
And
Gill.
we head the full quotation of legs.
7 to
Munoz
final
free,
leg. George
Gill
through
free.
first.
We
Game
have
on.
one final leg this afternoon.
$45.
Gill looking to
30.
complete the comeback, but couldn't punish the opening score from Munoz.
It's got rather cagey, hasn't it? However, it may just take one moment of quality
140.
to dislodge this pair apart from one another. 140 for Munoz has piled
60.
it on Aaron, who is unable to roll with the punches.
$42. $100.
Big fine with the last.
Massive. Just keeps them in touching distance, depending on what Munoz can find here.
140.
And that was massive.
Well, it's forced the issue, and he's going to get
100.
6
Joseph
for the match from
134.
134. Had a couple of darts to win it a couple of legs ago, but now he has another golden opportunity to get this wrapped up, to get this one, get this done, and to get on to 4 points overnight.
94.
And he's going to be back for tops when he comes back.
Yeah, Gill in deep water now.
60.
Munos just needs
Joseph
tops
40.
to complete the victory.
To finish with 4 points overnight. And to keep himself in contention. Double top is found for George Munos to seal a 4-3 victory over Aaron Gill to round off the afternoon action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Munos 4, Aaron Gill 3, and we've got plenty of reaction from this session to come. That's coming up on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidley!
This is what we've watched on this Thursday afternoon in Group C. It's come to a close, and it is Robert Thornton who leads the way. He won 4 out of 5 games over the course of the session, and he tops the pile. 8 points to his name. We can have a look at the table for you now. Thornton, as you can see, in control. Richard Rolands, the best of the rest. 6 points to his name, and everybody else is down on 4 points from 3rd down to 6th. So nobody really clear, nobody out of it. It's very competitive going into Friday's play, that's for sure. Laura's alongside me here in the studio.
He's so tenacious when he's up on the oche, and that's why he's got the results. As you say, statistically, perhaps the performances, they weren't up there with some of his best, but it's all about the results and deserves the 4 wins.
How much of that as well was down to his experience, do you think?
Yeah, obviously, he's got a wealth of experience, not just here, but away from the Super Series as well. So you've always got that to draw on. You always know what's in the locker, but it's just having it, it's releasing it, because you could see the frustration and you could see him really trying to fire himself up in some of the matches. So yeah, he's got that experience that he can draw upon, but darts is all on the day. We've seen it with players. They could have as much experience as, anyone else, and it doesn't always go that way.
So I can imagine he'll be thinking more the same in terms of results, but maybe a little bit more in terms of performance tomorrow to get through.
It's all about results. The performance, when you really need it, as long as you can make it through, that is the main thing, because the performance, you want that on Saturday. That's what you're building up to. So I think for Robert, he's just going to want to come here, get that job done early. He's in the best position out of the whole group. Don't start losing early doors, because then you can start to see that lead slip away, and then it gets a bit edgy.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't mind when this room's filled up on Saturday night, would he, Robert?
Oh, what an addition, for everyone here as well, because he's such an entertaining character when he's up on the oche as well. So, yeah, for him, it'll be another great experience, and hopefully the opportunity for him to win a regulation week.
Richard Rolands in 2nd place in the table. It's a weird one, because he was very up and down today, if we're going to be perfectly honest.
He was very good. He was posting some of the biggest averages we've seen. But then there were these games kind of mid-session, and it just really dropped off the pace. And I think he'll be more than aware of that and happy to come away with 6 points in a good position, because there was a point that it was looking quite dubious that he was going to get 4 points, let alone 6.
And imagine the same question we could probably label at Scott. We could probably label the question to everybody in the group. But Scott Baker, never really saw the best of him today, but he's got 4 points. He's still in and around it, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think there were bits again that we saw from Scott. You got the 120 checkout there that showed exactly what he can do up on the stage. But I also saw signs of frustration creeping into the game as well, because it just wasn't as free flowing as he would have liked. So still in contention, and that is the main thing. But quite a bit more work to do tomorrow for Scott.
So in the middle part of the session, we saw some amazing stuff from Aaron Gill, didn't we, the debutant?
Yeah, very, very good. I thought him on debut, you're never quite sure what you're going to get from people on debut. It's a completely different atmosphere. But as you say, we saw some really good stuff, some well-timed finishes, some big finishes. But again, it was just the consistency throughout the day. It just kind of let him down in terms of just picking up another win or two.
And we kind of mentioned it on commentary, didn't we? For him, this is something completely brand new. So it's something he's going to learn over time, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and what an experience and what an opportunity to play here in front of cameras. But he's still in contention for tomorrow, and now that's where the focus has got to be. You've been here today, you've done your debut thing, you know what it's like to play. It's very quiet when you play up on that stage. It's quite an alien atmosphere if you haven't played in a stream at the PDC, for example. So yeah, this is the learning done today, and then tomorrow it's head down and focus on the job in hand.
Jake Jones, I'll tell you what, that was improved today, really improved.
Yeah, because obviously Group A campaign, we always say draw a line under it, that's it. And he seems to have done that. It was a tentative start, those first couple of games. They were very much the same ilk as what we saw in Group A, but then he just stepped up and found that level. We know he's got the levels. He's been a tour card holder previously. Haven't seen him, do a great deal for the last couple of years, but I was really impressed with the back end of the session today from Jake.
Well, let's have a look at the table then. George Munos is the player at the bottom of it, and I'll tell you what, he had to win that last game, didn't he? Just to give himself a bit of a chance.
Yeah, and 3 legs in, he was averaging really into the high 90s. He started off really well, so he's another player that he can show what he can do, but it's just the consistency again. It's a word that we've used quite a lot today, but to get over the line in a last leg decider, it just showed that held his nerve together and really did punish Aaron Gill.
Let's have a look at the tournament bracket then, because we're halfway through the day and we have a Group B that gets underway tonight, featuring the likes of Fallon Sherrick, Paul Hogan, Matthew Edgar, Tom Sykes and Daniel Larson. Boris Kirchmar won Group A on Wednesday afternoon, but we're going to have more darts for you live tonight. And look, Matthew Edgar's going to be back on the stage. First time in a number of months. His last experience wasn't a good one at Lakeside. He's been quite open in the respect of he wanted that to be his last tournament. He wanted to go out there, but he feels like the way things ended, he feels like that showman there needs to finish on his own terms a bit more.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what he does tonight, because we know, again, he's another player. Haven't seen him in action for a while, so what he's going to bring to the table. We know what he can bring, and he's very entertaining. Going to be another one. If he could get through to the finals, the crowd would absolutely love it. But it's a big group, isn't it? There are some big names in there, and it's a bit of a, I'm not going to say baptism of fire, because obviously he's been in these positions before, but you know, to come back and they're the other four players, it's going to be tough.
Talking of crowd favourites, Fallon Sherrick's also going to be here tonight. Now, she had a very good run of it at the Women's Series at the weekend, lost in a couple of finals to Bo Grease. Feels like she's peaking towards the right time in this season.
Yeah, and she is. She's playing really well. She's one of the most consistent female performers. We've seen what she's done here as well. She's had the 9 data. She's got to a final of a regulation week as well, just that next step for her. But I'm excited to see what she brings, because you know, if she's on her top form, then yeah, she's gonna make a play for Saturday.
And the two that dropped in, Tom Sykes, Daniel Larson, they're going to be lively, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. And Tom Sykes and Daniel Larson, they were not far off the top of Group A as well, but it was Boris that managed to get his way through in the end. But we saw some great stuff. I think for Tom, scoring has not been an issue, but the finishing has. If he tightens that up, then I think the rest of the group are in trouble.
Laura, thank you. We shall see you again from 10 o'clock. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. And there is plenty coming up before 10 o'clock. Now, we've got an interactive challenge for you after the break. It's called the Bullseye Only Challenge. Now, the players are going to be playing a leg of 500 as opposed to the traditional 501, and they have to complete the legs by hitting just the bullseye and the outer ball, and they can only complete the leg by hitting the bullseye. Sounds confusing? It does make sense. That's coming up in a few moments' time. Fallon Sherrick's here for the first time in 2025 tonight from 10 o'clock as she looks to make it through to finals night and pick up what would be her first Super Series title, possibly come Saturday night. Boris Kirchmeyer's already there. He's also searching for a first title here, and the way he's playing, you wouldn't bet against him, would you? He's in action from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday night, and then we get underway from 9:30 on Monday morning. Derek Coulson, a Freetide Champions Week combatant, is alongside the likes of Tomoya Goto. He's going to be superb to watch next week. Jeffrey Desvan, the former World Match Play semi-finalist. Danny Van Triper hit the first Saturday night 9 data here. That gets underway Monday from 9:30. And then we'll be back, of course, tomorrow afternoon to see this session culminate. 1 o'clock is the start time for that here on Pluto TV. That's it from us here from the Live Lounge on this Thursday afternoon, where Robert Thornton finds himself top of the table, 4 wins out of 5. He's in a very good position to progress through to Saturday night's final. We'll see you from 10 o'clock this evening. From all of us here, take care. Until then, bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6. Maximum checkout. He's done it.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Data tops for the match to win 4-1. And Data double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time.